My tea is here and hot and ready to be drank. Okay, I am live. Let's see. What am I doing? How do I do this? Webcam. I have to flip the little. I have to flip the little thingy up. I was like, why isn't my webcam showing? It's because I have the cover closed. All right. I've got my smudge glove thingy on and I'm ready to paint. Or so yeah, this is what I did last stream. I was really happy with this. I thought it was a cozy little village kind of. I thought it was nice. And it was nice because it was more backgroundy as opposed to more like I don't know. It was fun. I liked the making like there was actually some details in here kind of sort of. I don't know, it was cute. But and also it was kind of a good roof study in a way. It kind of turned into one because I didn't know what I was going to paint when I started, but it eventually kind of turned into a roof study because I had to get some little cottage house references and I learned about the roofs a bit. So yeah, that was cool. But there are definitely things I don't like about it. I'm not a big fan of this. I feel like this front side should have extended to like here, and then this should have been like nothing because this is just too much. It's still weirds me out. But anyway, other than that, I like it. It's not all of my stream paintings end up going good, but that one I thought went pretty good. Love how this piece turned out. Thank you, Skittle, and howdy, Skittle. Greetings. Alrighty, what shall we paint today? Any suggestions? I think I want to stay on the cozy train. That's not a thing, but I want to stay on that. Um, and yeah, I want to try and paint cozy stuff today. Indoor scenes, I'm not sure. What are other outdoor cozy scenes? I feel like I can't even think of them. Like, I guess little like foresty, like prairies and that kind of thing, like little patches of forest, like clearings or something. Or what are other cozy streams? I guess like streams, like river stuff. River stuff. River stuff is cozy. There we go. That's the word. I'm sure if I just Google that, river stuff, it'll know exactly what I mean. Like river banks and like grassy, anything grassy, I feel like. Forested areas. Hmm. Hmm. Whoop, your Twitch was stuck on the startup screen, had to reload, then I got a pirate ad for Butterfinger. Oh, dang. Okay. Well, thank you for your 1 cent or so ad revenue. I appreciate it. It's weird that the stream froze. Is anyone having any problems? Last stream I was having some problems actually. So hopefully I don't today. But then they went away last stream and it's actually my internet's been pretty okay. So yeah, nothing bad happening, I feel like. Hopefully it stays good. It's hard to know. But yeah, hope everything's going good. Okay, I think just to make sure my other chat thingy is working. Is this working? That's working. Okay. Hello there. Hey, Lise! Long time no see. Or is it? I don't know. Maybe. Hello. Oh, okay, I am gonna try something. Does this work? I don't think so. Um... No, I don't think that. Okay, I was trying to mess around to see if my chat box thingy would pop up. It doesn't look like it is. I'm still, whatever. That'll have to be here another day. Test. Lee says test. Yep. I see you. I see you. I see the chat. Okay. I'm gonna paint. I am gonna paint. Yeah, what are some other cozy scenes? I'm trying to use you guys as a source of, I don't know, ideas. I guess I could ooh, do I feel wrong asking ChatGPT what are cozy scenes? Cozy outdoor environments that aren't cottages. I'm curious what I'm curious what it'll let me okay. Um I don't like admitting that I mean I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with using it just to like for this. I do have an issue with the image generation, and I think I've been able to put my finger on it before of why I have an issue with one and not the other. Like I still have an issue with ChatGPT in terms of like people writing stuff and saying they wrote it. I definitely have an issue with that. You know, writing a book and saying it's their book. Like no, not really. That's not how that works. At all, actually. That's just straight up theft. I think my big difference between why, because like on both hand they have ethical issues, right? Scraping the internet for anything and everything that people have written, whether it's published works or not, or I mean whether it's published or not, it's still you aren't allowed to take it as your own, right? That's just not how it works. But I think the difference for me is that most things on the internet, particularly like on Reddit or on Instagram or Twitter, those things aren't like they technically still belong to you and that you're technically publishing them, but most of it is like chatting back and forth in conversational form, and it's not really things people are holding dear typically. Obviously, the stuff that people do hold dear, like a published book, that should not have ever been in ChatGPT. And I feel like the way that I use ChatGPT is to just, it's like, give me stupid ideas and then I'll riff on them. Like, it's not, I'm not claiming that those are the final idea. I don't know. There's a weird ethical thing for me. There's like a border thing. Seems like you're live every single day. How do you keep up with the schedule? Hey Sarah, it is 3 days a week. Three unless no, it's always 3 days a week: Saturday, Thursday, and Monday. And yeah, it does seem like a lot, doesn't it? Uh, but yeah. All right, Sarah, what are some cozy outdoor environments that are not cottages? Okay, so um a mountain cabin, forest clearing, I got that one. Lakeside, got that. Rooftop garden, secluded beach, garden patio, fireplace in the woods. What does that even mean? Oh, campfire pit. A farmyard porch. You got like three. I mean, there's a lot of. They're like all the same. Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, these aren't that exciting. I get what you mean. Some things are more or less encyclopedic, like common knowledge stuff. Yeah, like I think if you copy Wikipedia for a chat GPT, like whatever. I mean, it's kind of there to be regurgitated in a way. It's obviously you don't want to copy it verbatim and say that you wrote it, right? Again, still issues. Or just ambient human conversation knowledge, like how an audio designer might record it. Yeah, narrow alley with small. Ooh, I like that. Narrow alley with small shops and plants. When you think cozy inside, yeah, yeah, anything that's like beachy, small secluded areas. I feel like a nice trail near a field. Yeah, I'm thinking that kind of thing. But yeah, an alley with plants and stuff. That could be cute. Sound design. I've never heard it called audio design. My bad. It's all good. Yeah, I think to me a lot of it's the throwaways. Like the internet is filled with throwaway stuff. And again, it's yeah, if it's encyclopedic stuff, that's a big difference than like here is my book that I've written. I've taken 10 years, and now you can be like, write me a book in the style of Brandon Sanderson. Not that he takes 10 years to write a book, but you know what I mean. That kind of thing. Like, that's obviously not good to use it for. But if it's just like random lists and throwing crap together, and I don't know, there's yeah, people also ask it questions, right? Like people ask questions like factual stuff or like try to explain a concept. That's not a copyrighted thing. Like you're asking it for, yeah, basically to please regurgitate the answers on the internet. Like you're basically asking it to regurgitate answers on the internet, right? Like that's what you want. You would never say, "Here's my written thing." You'd be like, "Here's my regurgitated answer." But with art, I feel so different, and maybe it's because I'm just biased and I do art. I don't feel like it's that reason though. I think it's because like I also don't really mind the idea of analyzing and summarizing things with AI just to learn stuff. Not yeah, I mean to some degree, I would even argue like I think even with art, hypothetically, and this is I'm stepping in hot water here. Don't cancel me. I think there is a point where if you wanted to use it for references in somehow, I don't know how because you are telling it more or less what to generate, and if you don't specify, it doesn't know. And even if you specify, it gets it wrong. It's like just a crappier version. Like I don't really know what purpose it serves. I think there could be some referential stuff where like maybe you can't find quite the right reference image and you type something up and it um you know, like I think there is a way to use something like you know, whatever, all the AI image generators in a way that isn't just completely terrible. Obviously, the ethical stuff is messed up, and that sets a terrible precedent for copyright. And I would, you know, I would love if like that the companies just weren't allowed to do that. But the fact is, they are doing it, and I think we can still advocate for it. But also, like the product is kind of potentially somewhat useful. I don't know, maybe not the AI, the image stuff. But yeah, the word stuff is kind of interesting to me because I don't know. I don't know. But the way ChatGPT is intended to be used is unethical, but theoretically not all cases. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, how it's built is, right? Because they've... I mean, I just saw a thing like yesterday. They literally... Here, I'm going to flip back to the screen because I'm incapable of painting and drawing. I just saw a thing yesterday. They had illegally pirated, like, 83 terabytes? No, is that a... That's not that much. Of books, so it was like illegal book, like Kindle books and stuff. Basically, no, it wasn't that. 83. It was 83 million. It might have been like 83 million terabytes or something. Of it was. I don't know how much it was. It was a lot. It was a lot of books, and it was all illegal. And it was just blatant pirating, and they even went out of their way to hide their tracks because they very clearly knew it was wrong. Like, this was literally meta doing this. So, like, it's obviously not built ethically. Like, nobody can make the argument that either ChatGPT or any image stuff is built ethically. That is bad, and they should be punished. And if they were scraped completely and rebuilt from the ground up, so be it. I would be happy. Scrape them all, or not scrape it. That's not the right word. Scrap it. Throw it in the bin. Start over if you want. If you do it ethically, I would kind of be on board. Have you used ChatGPT just for girl talk? I may use it for that. And learn and taught it to be your hype beach. Using it for fun, actually interesting. At this point, the ethical stuff is up to you now. I have no interest in stealing. Yeah. Yeah, well, my only issue... Yeah, I was gonna say, what is girl talk? What does that even mean? I'm not actually sure what that means, Steph. Can you elaborate? See, I kind of don't agree with that, Steph. The ethical stuff is up to you. Because they're fundamentally setting precedent that stealing en masse is okay. And that's the entirety of Wikipedia is 25 gigabytes? Really? That seems small. You have yet to meet a man who is willing to go into feelings. I see. I see. How Ultimate Pumpkin Pie says, "Ayo, how does it how goes it, everyone?" I have yet to meet any human who is, but I don't trust a robot to be any better. Amazing. Wait, is that true though? Wikipedia is only 23 gigabytes? There's no way, right? That's tiny. You're telling me I could fit the entirety of Wikipedia on my computer offline. I don't buy it. I mean, I know that text isn't very dense. I know it's just text. Excluding all pictures. I know it's just text, but that's still crazy to me. I mean, I know text is small. Anyway, yeah, but this whole AI talk, though, I do think there are some interesting like nuances and ethical lines or unethical lines. Yeah, there's some weird. I don't know. I don't like the idea of using it for chatting. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about just like having a conversation with it. That's more weird to me than just asking it like basically to summarize Reddit posts or whatever, you know, like you know, what is the give me the people's opinions on a certain political thing, or like what are some compare and contrast views on something. I don't know, that's less weird to me because at least then it's like just, I mean, that's what it's doing anyway, is just making an amalgamation of stuff. I don't know. I just don't like that it's setting a precedent for super shady business practices and that they can get away with anything. I think that's my biggest gripe with it. And I think also the product that they're selling, right, which is the Chat GPT itself, right? That's the product, not the things it makes, but the Chat GPT itself is just, yeah, it's just an unethical product. It's literally built on theft to replace the very people it stole from. Like that is that's what I think my biggest gripe. It's just I don't see how in any way that is ever like, oh yeah, that should be allowed going forward. If another company did something different or did something similar, well, people, yeah, and sure, and even if the laws, well, exactly, even if the laws didn't exist, you could still be like, you know what, we realize this is bad. Let's write the laws, and then we'll tell them that they have to undo it, and you can't do this thing anymore because it's harming people and it's not setting a good precedent. Instead, we do stupid stuff like, well, you get a pass, but everyone else after you, like that's not okay in my opinion. And I think as, obviously artists, right? I feel like I mean, the fact that you can steal from people who didn't consent to create a product that actively tries to outcompete them in their very market, there is no other purpose of image generation other than to try and outcompete artists. Or maybe there are other reasons, but that's like the big one. It's like, hey, look, you don't need artists anymore. And I would be fine, I think, with someone coming up with a product that tries to outcompete artists or make them obsolete. That's fine. Just don't do it on the back of their work. Like, I don't know. To me, it's not a whole lot different than I mean, this might be a bit drastic, but is it not kind of like having a whole bunch of labor that you aren't paying? In some cases, I mean, I guess you could argue forcing them to work. You might as well call them slaves. Isn't that like having slaves build you a product that then replaces those very slaves? Like, how is that okay? Like, not only is not paying them for work okay, but to actively use them to replace themselves feels like you're there's even an extra moral shadiness there, right? Like, if it was just a bunch of engineers and scientists who didn't need to take people's work, I would be fine with it. Whatever, cool, great win for. I mean, that would be a. It would be a huge win for whatever industry if they basically emulated human life and made a product that can do what humans do. That would be amazing. But that's not what they've done. And it's yeah, I just think it sets a bad precedent, and it bugs me to no end because I know enough about historical things and events to know that once it's done once, it just opens the floodgates and it all becomes okay. And I don't think that's a world we want to live in, where anything you put online can be taken and used. As long as you take enough of it at once, you can use it and you don't have to actually have done the work yourself or pay for it. I just think that's messed up. I don't think that's I don't know. So that's why I'm mostly against them. But I will say they sometimes it's useful. Not the image stuff. But yeah, I don't like the image stuff, but I don't really have any need to use it ever. But the non-image stuff is kind of cool. I think the creators are shady, but here's a question: how is that any different from when creators came around, when tractors came around? Because the farmers weren't the one, because one, they were getting paid up until their job was replaced. Two, they weren't the ones building the things without pay to replace themselves. So it's completely different. See, I would say I welcome that kind of replacement. If you can have engineers build a thing that replaces me without stealing my work, right? When I say stealing work, I mean using my work to then put me out of a job. Not like I don't care about the putting me out of job part. It's the stealing the work in the first place. It'd be like at the end of the year, the farmers look in their bank account, they see $0. They're like, "What the heck, man? We want our pay." And they're like, "Oh, sorry, all your work, actually all that food you made, we put it into a big machine and it now is the tractor. And that tractor is now going to replace you. So not only are we not going to pay you, you no longer have a job." That's not okay. Yeah, exactly. Tractors didn't go around stealing all the stuff from farmers. It just put them out of a job. And yeah, I think that's the big deal for me. I don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna end up repeating myself because there really isn't that much more to my complaint than that. Rich people have no I agree. I agree that's the problem. And that's why when you say rich people have no regulation, that's the problem. My pushback is, well, this is this is one of the times to fight for it. And then I hear someone say, well, as long as you use it ethically. Well, no, it is not ethical, right? Where you're by basically saying I'm okay with this, I feel like we're all basically saying I'm okay with the rich people not getting punished because this country sucks. Agreed. Well, yeah, mostly. I mean, I don't like blanket statements, but like, yeah, yeah. Okay, we're gonna make some little windows. Maybe some different. There isn't enough. I mean, I think there are. It's literally in courts. It's literally in courts. I also think a lot of the hype around particular image stuff is dying. There's a lot of companies that are backpedaling their hiring and stuff of AI people because they're realizing it's not profitable. It's absolutely I don't know. I mean, I'm not totally convinced of my own words. Like, I know the things I just said are true, but I don't know if I don't know. I think to some degree, I mean, a lot of it's being fought currently. True, true. Yeah, there's been small wins, and there's still I think I mean I guess there has been some court stuff settled already, but in terms of did the companies break the law to begin with, I'm not sure if that's been settled. I don't think that's been settled. I know there's a lot of companies. Also, there's still literally countries pushing back. Some European countries are, and it might just be that they have to lead the charge, and the U.S. will follow. Like, I don't know. I'm still holding out hope. Um, I think that the left is really bad at creating a unified front because we are inherently better at nuance and caring about complexities. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I kind of agree, sort of. I feel like the right does care about complexities and nuance, but only about stupid stuff. It's like they'll care about the nuance and complexities of things that most people like. I feel like it's more that they care. I mean, I kind of agree with you. I think on the whole, I would probably agree that the left cares more about nuance, but I feel like it's not by that much. It's more that there's just a divide on which issues they care about the nuance. I mean, I would argue that the left doesn't care about nuance when it comes to a lot of corporate stuff, and there is definitely a mentality that's like corporate is bad, anything big billionaires do is bad, everything is exploitation, and like there is sort of a lack of like practicality. And then I think on the right, or yeah, they everything you were saying is correct, which is yeah, this thing is woke. It just falls into this big category. And I mean, there are also issues that the right would want to pick apart, such as I mean, I don't want to get into them, but uh, let's put it I don't know, identity politics. That even though they are coming from a point of oftentimes I don't know willful ignorance, I think they're still it's it's hard to engage. I think with the left on certain issues, even though I think the left is in the right. So that's a weird one where like I agree with the side who oftentimes isn't talking about issues, which is like a weird thing. But I don't know. I don't know. I think there's lots of cases on both sides where people are kind of just it's us versus them, and there's just a constant battle. And if you're trying to battle an argument that's on the other side, it's unnuanced and bad or wrong. But if it's on your side, we're like, well, we came to our conclusions through nuance. Well, sure, that's what the other side's saying too about their issues, right? They're saying, don't take our guns. Gun control is more complicated than that. And the left's like, guns are evil. You're saying you want schools shot? And like, look, I don't like guns. I think they're stupid. I don't think we should have them really, but also I kind of agree with the right in that it is kind of more complicated, I think. And so there's I don't know. I'm not totally I don't really agree with that premise that the left is more nuanced and more reasoned. I think they have better priorities, and I think they have a they I think there's a more like secularist worldview where their priorities are a bit more straight and they aren't conflating certain things with other things and pretending that they're the same. And like I don't know, to me they're a bit more grounded, I think. But I don't know about the nuance. So like to me they're more accurate to science, but not yeah, I don't know. That would be that I'm not actually sure what my opinion is on that. But it doesn't sound right to make a blanket claim that the left is more nuanced. I don't know. The left has a good heart. Yeah, I agree with that. Wants life to be good and livable for all Americans, but they have a weak spine and are allergic to fighting. See, I actually think that is a good summary, Steph, because I think that allergic to fighting also will include certain topics of discussion. So not literal, fist to fist fighting, but it'll be like getting into a nuanced argument. I think there is an allergicness to some pushback. It's just, nuh-uh, we're right, you're terrible. Because they kind of have the moral high ground. And I think I agree. I would argue they do have the moral high ground in a lot of the cases. Mostly because I agree with them. But I'm not sure about the nuance thing. Anyway, the other side is egocentric and will go for things that hurt them as long as you get hurt too. Do I agree with that? I think that one of my things, I don't know what you call it, pet peeves. No, it's not even a pet peeve. Just a thing that kind of I'm always hesitant to do is to attribute malice to other people. I don't like that. If it's not them telling me what they think, I don't like saying that I think I have them nailed down. Like, I'll make generalizations about my own group, but I struggle to do that about other groups. Because I don't think that's right. I don't know. Like, I feel wrong saying that they don't care about others and they just look out for themselves. I don't think that's true. I think there's a lot of weird, what do you call it? Weird value issues. I don't know. That's a tough one for me. But this was not supposed to be like a political stream. This is supposed to be art. And someone's gonna be like, but art is political. And no, not my art. I'm trying to paint cozy landscapes that have purple in them. Is that political? Probably. It's also gonna have some blue. I don't like the blanket statement. Yeah, I don't like blanket statements in general. I don't like them in general. Yeah, I assume you're not trying to be like the all absolutes are bad. Wait, am I lagging? Bitrate. Uh-oh. No. My bitrate has a red line through it. That can't be good. Yeah, pumpkin pie. I can't. Also, hi. I can't tell if you're making a joke or not. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't like. I mean, again, I don't mind generalizations about my own group because I feel like I'm including myself. So I feel like I'm trying to be as honest and fair as I can when I say, like, these are the things I care about, right? Or these are the things my people care about or don't. Yeah, when it's like not my people. And it's very hard to be like, oh, they just want to see the world burn. I don't think they'd think that. My uncle is pretty emblematic of a lot of Republicans. He cares about others as long as they adhere to his narrow sensibilities. Like, he randomly and unnecessarily insulted the guy in a K-pop vid my sister and I were watching as too girly, just because, like, you're not what he thinks men should look like. Yeah. Felt racist too. Yeah. Yeah, I agree a bit more with that because I see that also in people who are close to me. They do care about other people. They just go about it in a way that is a little bit. I mean, yeah, they just go about it in a way that's a little bit imposing in some way, like. Yeah, and I think it's like you're not asking the person what they want. They're like, we just think we know best in a little bit. But they do genuinely think it's the right thing. And oftentimes, yeah, I think you're right. It probably is because of a bit narrow sensibilities, if that's the right way to put it. But anyway, I don't know. I think we're getting a little in the weeds here, or off the trail. Is that the right term? I don't know. We're going somewhere. He felt insecure because they're so pretty then. No, I mean, I think there is a lot to be said about people just not like, or people being I guess maybe not afraid is the right word, but I'm going to use it anyway. Like afraid or uncertain of things that they're unfamiliar with. Like I think that's just a pretty well understood concept. Steph, what you would probably know more than I, since you literally studied psychology. But like just not being exposed to things and being sort of like assuming that it's bad, just and then for whatever reason not having the sensibility to counteract that impulse. So like impulsively you feel like something is wrong or not good or bad or inferior, but you don't have the wherewithal to actually stop yourself from being a bigot, and you just actually act out on those feelings. Like it's fine if you look at something and you're like, oh, that's weird. Like I wouldn't want to live like that. But then you remind yourself, you check yourself and be like, oh wow, well maybe that, to them they wouldn't want to be like me. Like maybe it's just a matter of opinion and difference of culture and way of living, not those people are inferior to, like, I think it's okay to feel something like that's weird when you see something, like non-Americans look at American stupid shower curtains as opposed to the doors and be like, why do our Americans using this stupid little flappy sheet thing when we have like proper doors, and why is that a thing? That is just an inferior way to do bathrooms. And I would agree with them. But also, I think judging people for that would be a little bit silly because it's like a random thing that's, I don't know. Like I think the feeling the thing is fine. It's how you express it. Like I don't like, yeah, you don't like punk culture at all, for example, but I know tons of people and I love it and it's not hurting me. Like, yeah, exactly. Like I think if you had to like make a choice between going to a punk place or a not a punk place, like I understand you might not go to the punk place, and I think that's fine, right? You can have preferences. But I think there's a difference between thinking they're inherently bad versus maybe it's not your cup of tea. Or even I and this is where it would be tricky, like if you have children and you don't like something, understanding that like it's okay, like do you want your children to grow up to be punk if you don't like punk culture? I think it's fine to feel that, but also have the sort of restraint to understand that like if it's not harming people, then people can make their own choices in life. And like I don't know, I think there's lots of areas where, I mean, it's I don't think it's always easy, but I think using some like, I don't know. No, I'm rambling. Older homes in the north, in the east last forever. New homes are breaking down in a few years. The only I'm missing a lot of chat. Okay. Steph says, "Oh man, buildings in America suck so bad. We need to get better." The only thing that the only thing that bugs me are things that feel too adjacent to like actually moral questionable things, like some furry stuff feels too adjacent to bestiality. Yeah. I mean, those things, yeah, I mean, I think those things are kind of, I had heard something though, and this is, so this, I obviously can't make the claim that because I agree with your comment, but also I think if I were to say that, I think that is also coming from a place of a bit of ignorance, because I had heard, and I don't know if this is true, that the more kinky side of furry stuff is kind of like when talked about in the open is sort of like even amongst furries that's not okay, like that they would look down on you for that, and like that's getting a little weird. And so I don't know, like I think if you're separating the weird stuff I don't know, but I kind of agree, but it's also as long as you're not literally breaking, I'm not using the law here as like a moral indicator, but insofar that I think most laws are fairly moral, as long as you're not, breaking the law and doing absolutely egregious things in real life. I think a little bit of cosplay or whatever you want to call it would be fine. Um, so yeah, even something like that, I don't really care. I think that's fine. People can do what they want to do. Politics to furries. Well, we were talking about cultures and different having opinions on them in one way or the other. Um, do some big old windows up here. I don't think I think I don't understand the nuance of furry enough to make any blanket statements. Just to say that I think it could potentially be read. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? But if you have to make that choice, would you then do all the research necessary, or would you just make like hedge your bet and say, oh, child of mine, whoever your child is, like I don't want you partaking in that because it's bad, right? Or would you be like, go figure it out, or would you take the time? Like, it's hard, right? Because I don't think people have the time and energy to investigate every single little thing. And so at some point you are acting on those feelings, and those feelings are coming from a point of ignorance. And this is where I think a lot of people on the right are struggle with, right? There's so much they don't know. It takes, unless you're in those communities and in those cultures, you have to parse it somehow, and so you end up making a judgment based on your feelings, which is, this thing is weird to me because it is weird to you because you don't know so that's where I think a lot of different people go wrong. And I think the left does it too, right? I mean, you just said that, right? So yeah, I think this is a human thing, which is things unknown to us make us uncomfortable, and there's too many things to get to be comfortable with everything. And then when you're making decisions on behalf of other people, like your children or whatever, it gets, yeah, like, yeah, exactly, right? You'd raise them to care and then make that judgment. But that would be hard, though, watching them go down a route that you admittedly just said that it makes you uncomfortable. Like, if you feel like you had the steering wheel, would you want to, like, nudge it in the other direction because you would be more happy with the outcome? Like, I think most parents would be like, hey, I want to try to nudge you away from that thing, and, insert something like being gay, right? Now your parents trying to nudge you away from being, like, that's weird, right? But like, to them it feels the same, right? It feels the same, which is, this thing is unfamiliar to me, it makes me uncomfortable for whatever reason. Or this nudging you away from your friends who are punk rockers, or nudging you away from whatever culture, or doing a certain thing. I just think it has I don't know, to me I feel like it sort of makes sense, even though I don't agree with it. But I don't know. It's tricky. People are weird. I feel like people are fascinating. Steph says, I think one thing I will give the right, maybe I'm wrong, is that a lot of things have been shoved in a way where it's like, you have to think this way. Maybe Peter Schmieder does not agree with same-sex partners, as long as he's not banning others from doing it. He can now he can think however he wants. You don't have to convert. Just leave people alone. They want to live. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I kind of I mean, not on anything related to like gay culture or anything. I don't agree. I don't know about that, but I do think the left definitely is like, I mean, I kind of mentioned it earlier. On certain issues, will be like, this is settled, and I'm not going to discuss it. When the right's saying, but we don't think it is settled, and there is literally a refusal of conversation from the left. I agree with the left in this case about a lot of these issues, but as far as it being settled, clearly it's not, when people aren't understanding it and not being willing to discuss it without calling the other person a bigot. I think is awful, and that does push people away. So I don't know. I've said this for a long time. I think the left is exceedingly bad at messaging. They are like the worst, which is almost ironic because I always think of the left as like the artsy ones. I don't know, maybe that's major stereotyping, but like worst messaging, worst communicating. I mean, even everything from back in the day of like defund the police to like worst communicating, worst sloganmanship, worst slogan makers. Every like it's just awful. They are not good at getting people on their side. They're the worst communicators. It's ridiculous. And this is the, essentially my people, the people I would associate with. Awful at it. And yeah, a lot of the stuff that I think the reaction to their terrible messaging, or they'll have like 10 good arguments and they'll literally pick their worst one that's like from a point of pure emotion. And then the left will call them out on their BS for having a bad argument. It's like, why didn't you pick your good arguments? Why are you coming with like the worst possible version of your argument or of yourself and expecting the adversary to just eat it up? Like, are you dumb? Like, I don't know. I'm very critical of my people. I hate it when people are, I don't know, it just drives me crazy. It infuriates me. Let's put some orange in here. I think the problem is that there are so many people who have tried to engage in good faith. Yeah, and there's always another person, right? Engage in good faith discussion so many times and always get bad faith arguments. I agree. I mean, it's a never-ending battle. There's always new ignorance, and you can talk to someone and then you talk past them. But I do think a lot of it is still skill issue with communicating. I don't claim to have the skill to sway people. I actually had a dream about. God, am I way in too deep? I actually had a dream about this the other night. It was, I love my mom and I guess my stepdad. They're nice people. They mean well. They're extremely kind and caring. But I think she's maybe, well, anyway, in my dream, I don't know what they're doing in real life. Let me just say that. I'll just talk about my dream, because in case they're listening. In my dream, they were going down like major conspiracy theory route, like flat Earth, and basically in my dream, I was sitting in like my living room with my brother and my mom and my stepdad, and I was like trying to like, all right, I was trying to play in my head, how would I have this conversation not to push them away, knowing that if I come off too strong, they're gonna like, dig in, and like I don't want to make them feel stupid, and like how do I have this conversation? And like in my dream, I was like playing it through my head, and I was like, all right, could you show me a video and let's go through it, and let's watch it together, but allow me to pause it every time I think they say something erroneous and we can investigate it. Like, let's do that. Let's go slowly, just one video, and like that was my solution. I don't know if that would work, but I don't, like, it's hard, right? You get one shot oftentimes, because then everything after that's an argument. But anyway, it was like it was basically a nightmare, and because I think it has potential to be real. Like, it was literally a dream I had, but the real life situation isn't that far off. And yeah, it's I don't know, like it's hard, right? It's exhausting. But anyway, I would love to have a wait. Sarah says I would love to have a healthy independent party system, but I'm not going to pretend we do out of self-righteousness. Yeah. I mean, as far as politics goes in the US, I'm at the point where I almost don't care what the policy is on either side. All I care is I will be voting for whatever party advocates for one person, one vote. So getting rid of, a system where just the most number of people, like, trying to make it so people actually have to reach everyone, right? Or you're trying to reach populations, not like certain communities. Ranked choice voting, I think, is super important, because there has been times, and this happened with Jill Biden. So 2020, right? Yeah. Jill Biden. Not Jill. What am I talking about? What am I going on about? Uh, uh what am I? Warren, Elizabeth Warren. What am I talking? I'm just making up names. Elizabeth Warren. Uh, I'm pretty sure she ran, right, in 2020? Or is it 2016? I don't remember. It was 2016, right? That was, she lost to Trump, right? Whoever, anyway, sorry, my memory is, I'm failing right now. Anyway, the lady who lost, I don't know what, I don't remember what her policy was, but I remember I didn't particularly like her, but I knew that I couldn't vote for anyone else because there was no chance that anyone else would even have a chance at beating Trump, right? And so my thought was, I would, if this were ranked choice voting, I would not put her in first. I would put her in second. But if my first vote didn't go through, then my second would count. And so it would be the same result, but I would actually get to vote the way I want to vote and not just try to vote anti-Trump, right? So that's what ranked choice voting does, right? Ranked choice voting allows you to not be afraid of just trying to vote against your opponent, but you actually can vote for your favorite, and then you can put everyone else after, because it compares, like, it's not just an all or nothing thing. And so that's, yeah, I think that is a huge issue for me, because I think we're in, especially in such a polarized time, where people feel more like they have to vote against their opponent than for their candidate. And so you can't vote for a secondary or tertiary candidate because they're never going to beat your opponent's primary candidate. And so you're stuck in this stupid gridlock where you have to vote. I mean, essentially, a vote against your opponent is a vote for your candidate, right? Or a vote against your candidate is a vote for them, because it's and that's, anyway. So yeah, I agree. I think at this point, any sort of systemic change where you can do away with electoral college, which is less important, I think, than getting also money out of politics. A lot of the lobbying laws, rework those, get money out of politics, get big corporation like paying and lobbying, basically. Ranked choice voting, those kinds of things, I think, are like the foundational stuff, the stuff that should be there that just hasn't been kept up to date in the current times. It has nothing to do with the actual, like, social climate. It has nothing to do with people's policy on medicine and healthcare. It's purely system stuff. The base problems. That's the kind of thing that I really, that's all I care about at this point, because it just, yeah. Yeah, exactly. They're bare, and then if they are good solutions, they just get undone the next term. It's, yeah, I feel like it, yeah. Anyway, we're on pretty much the same page, I feel like. And I'm hardly painting. I'm trying to paint. I'm trying to paint, but it's not working very well. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think that's how I mean, I do that too. I vote left, because that's the side that I see myself on. I think in my very first time ever voting, this is probably before you ever voted, because I'm a bit older than you. It was, what was it, 2012? No, 2012. No, not 2012. Was it 2008? Was I old enough to vote in 2008? I was. I think it was 2008. I voted for someone who, admittedly, in hindsight, knowing more about them now, was not a good choice, probably, but I voted for Jill Stein, which is like the Green Party candidate. I don't know if in 2008 that was as much of a throwaway vote. I think it was. People said it was, and I just was like, well, I'm gonna do what I feel in my heart is right, is voting for the person I think is best from reading the pamphlets and stuff. And like, admittedly, it probably was throwing away a vote, right? Like I get it because that just um. So yeah, I think it was 2008. Yeah. Anyway, maybe it was 2012. I don't remember. But either way, it was well, it was either 2012 or 2008 that I voted for Jill Stein. And in hindsight, it's like that's a stupid vote. Also, she's probably super shady now. That like the more that the more that I've learned about her in recent times, and she still runs. But like, it would have been nice that if that was ever an option. I don't, I'm not saying it would have been a better option than what we had. I genuinely don't know. I don't think I was very informed. I wasn't a very informed voter then, probably. I'm more informed now, I feel like, when I vote on stuff. But the point remains. I do think, what's my point? I don't know what my point is. I'm rambling. Okay. It can also be hard in the moment to find the best candidate. For the primaries, I do so much research to get an idea of who cares about what and their voting records and whatnot. But then only later do I find out about more stuff about them. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, it do be tough. Also, I'm painting at a snail's pace today. So for anybody coming in for painting, and maybe like on YouTube or something, and is like, what in the world? An hour in and this is garbage. Like, what is happening? The conversation's terrible. Yeah, I am just kind of drawing like a little alleyway, sort of. Except it's hardly even that. I'm not even sure what I'm doing. I'm not super sure. I'd rather not waste my time. I never cared to switch to a party to vote for primaries because the person with the most money will win. See, I think that to me feels a little bit like rolling over, but I kind of agree. I think unfortunately it is, yeah, I think that kind of thing is ridiculous. I think not your opinion, but that is the case. Maybe some should be like bakeware shops. Oh, in this, we can have some bakeware shops. I don't know if I'm gonna go that into detail about what places are. This is supposed to be a little awning. Maybe another awning over here. Oh, our country right now. It's our country right now. What does that mean? I don't know what you're saying, Steph. I've lost the thread. Um, I've resolved to making more impact with how I spend. Money is louder and more effective. Yeah, but not everybody has lots of money to make that impact. I, yeah, it's, I agree. I think it's a good strategy for in an uncertain future is just try to save and but again, that's tricky, right? It also feels very reactionary, like just pinch your pennies and hope, and like well, that's not good for an economy either. Not that I care that much about the economy, um, but like I think it's tricky. It's tricky to be like if having a good world to live in is like hunker down and protect what you have. That's like the very attitude that in some ways that is like I mean we were just talking about it, right? Like the do you care about others on like Sarah's versus your summaries in of the left and the right. Somebody said, it's like, caring about others versus caring about yourselves and sort of your more immediate family, and looking out for yourself. Like that is, I think that is when you think things are so dire that you're unwilling to do a thing that would be like a good life in sort of like I think that that's bad. I think that's a tricky scenario to be in. I don't know. But I mean, what are you supposed to do? Anyway, I'm rambling. I don't quite know what I'm saying. Okay. Art. Oh, okay. So here's like little color blob. Color blob. Do I dare say the words from imagination? I mean, it is, but also, like, I hate that phrase. Do you guys feel weird with the phrase from imagination? Like, I painted this from imagination. Like, did that need to be said, or if it didn't, like, is it bad? I don't know. It's a phrase that I'm not sure how I feel about. Because it feels like a a thing where it's like, look at me. Like because in some, like, using references is good. It would be better if I used references. I hate it. I hate when people are like, is this from imagination? But also, I know that people care, and so like on social media, it's like you get more clicks and stuff if you like, look what I did from imagination, and like it's stupid. I don't like saying that, but also it's kind of effective, and it is a thing that people want to know. I've actually caught myself doing this. I asked my so I hate myself for doing this. I mean, I shouldn't hate myself for doing this, for saying it, but it's very telling, like where my priorities are at. So I saw my niece's artwork, and she did some paintings of like these cartoony characters. I didn't know if she had made them or if they were from a show or something. I had no idea what they were. But they were like these cartoony characters, very extreme, like very illustrative, right? Lots of storytelling, like, think like character behind a car pushing, and there's a lot of movement and motion, and there's like, it's a very like expressive image in that it like it's not something you would typically associate with like a 12-year-old, right? And it's like, wow, this is really, really good. And so my question was, did you was this from imagination, or did you have a reference image? I hate that I asked that, because that's setting up immediately like a false dichotomy. That's not how that works. And it kind of made it seem like if she would have painted it from imagination, it would have been cooler, which isn't right either. Like, I hate that I asked it, but I was curious because like I kind of assumed she had found these. I should have asked like, oh, who are these characters? That's what I should have asked. Who are these characters? Um, and then she could have answered like, oh, I came up with it, or oh, they're a thing I found online. Um, I should have just asked questions instead of like us. Anyway, I hate that I did it because I just think it's the thing that other people do all the time that annoys me when it happens to me. Um, anyway, that's my rant about that. Your visual library is a reference? Yeah, totally. Your visual library is a reference. But also, it's not the same quality of reference as having like something in front of you in terms of accuracy and like it's different, right? It is still a reference, I would say. And this is why I think saying reference isn't even very useful either, because it could mean many, many things. So yeah, it's a tricky one. Also, what if I slap in the glow dodge or overlay? I'm trying to put in lots of light. Like, what if the light comes in here, it bounces off this wall, then bounces back over here, and gets up in here? And then we get some light bouncing, a little bit of light there. And then maybe some of that is some green. I think it was a fair question. I wonder how you could have worded it more accurately. I'm trying to think. Like, did you draw this without any reference, I suppose? I think I don't even that kind of implies the same thing though. Like, I mean, she's not stupid. She's gonna understand the context that I am in some part implying that it's more impressive if she didn't use reference. That's what I want to avoid, right? Because it's I don't want to fall into the I mean, or maybe I mean, in some degree, it is sort of more impressive, right? Like if she did the character design, I should have just asked, are these? I should have asked two questions. First, are these your original characters, right? Did you design them? And if not, where did you find them, right? Because as an asking from like a genuine curious thing, because designing characters and illustrating them is objectively harder than just illustrating them, right? Like there's an extra step, and so if you didn't do that step, like you're it's just a pure addition, right? Doing one thing, like sleep is not sweeping and vacuuming is more work than just vacuuming, right? Always. Like, well, maybe the vacuuming job could be really bad in one case, or but like you're doing two things as opposed to one thing, right? So I think asking if it's an original design and then like just asking more small questions rather than a big question about like did you use references? I don't know. Like wow, the red is so vibrant. I love these lines. Who does both? What do you mean who does both? A lot of people design characters and then put them in funny situations. What do you mean who does both? Wait, now I'm confused. With kid art, I always praise and find things in the image to point at, like the act of showing anyone the art shows they are proud. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Oh. Steph saying like, "Wow, the red is so vibrant. I love these lines." Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's a better approach too. Just compliment it and move on, and encourage them. And if they want, and maybe ask questions about like who the character is if you care, I think, because then you start getting them talking and it's less about investigating how they made it. It's tough, right? Because or if you want to have a conversation about maybe with a younger artist, if you want to have a conversation about how they actually made the art, you could discuss that. Be like, I'd love to know how you made this. Could you tell me? Right? And then they could talk. Right? So rather than like a leading question, you just ask I mean, I guess it's like basic conversation, right? This is what I'm bad at. All of my questions, almost all of them, are leading. I do leading questions all the time. I'd be the worst lawyer. I don't think I could do it. Uh, I always have a goal. Not always. Not always. But often I have a goal with my question. It's like a thing that I'm curious about and I want to find the answer. And so I ask a question. But the answer might sound bad to, it's like it's not, it really isn't about the person, which when it should be. And so it's like, if someone's showing me the art, it should be more about their art than me trying to find out answers, or it should be more about them making the art and them showing me the art than it should be about like me trying to find the answers for myself. Right? I think there's a little bit of narcissism. No, I don't know. There's a little bit of like self-interest going on, I think, when I ask questions like that, and then I think it comes off really wrong, or it can. And I kind of kick myself, and I don't know I don't know. It's hard to do it in the moment. Um, you know. Anyway, Sarah says, "Yeah, I like. Wait, I find fan art fun because it's easier than designing characters myself and then doing an illustration. That doesn't mean it's easy. It's just one fewer things I have to do to think about." Yeah, exactly. Wow, I'm making so many typos. To be fair, it's not entirely my fault. DuckDuckGo can lag so much sometimes. Fair. Yeah, I sometimes catch myself using leading questions or leading language, and I have to stop myself. But sometimes people aren't willing to engage in that more complex conversation, so a leading question can help. Yeah, like I'm not that good of a communicator. Who do you think I am, Obama? Like I'm not a good talker. Okay, I I stumble over my language. I'm not gonna be a great orator or speaker. like expecting me in the moment to figure out if I need what kind. Yeah. Anyway, it's tricky. Okay, so here's I've only done one thumbnail. This is pathetic. Let's copy paste it and let's keep painting. I think it kind of got lost in chat. But would you like to see a work in progress? I would love to see a work in progress. Here, we can add a quote. We can add that quote. Add quote. Who do you think I am? There we go. Out of context. We'll forget the context and just the quote will remain, and then it will be a silly thing. Yeah, we do. So if you type in quote, it will. If you type in quote, it'll be a random one. A lot of them are just like little phrases, Stiller-esque, just random things that have been said at some point. First quote's a Skittle quote. Shows how much he's here, which is a lot. Which is nice. I always appreciate him being here. I'm just trying to make vibes here. Trying to make vibes. That's a sentence. Oh. Let's go like that. Another streamer I watch has a quote command, and one of them, not one I quoted, is "Eat cigarettes, kids," and it comes up way more often than others quote. That's funny. It had something to do with a weird game they were playing. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Quotes are always out of context, which is what makes it fun for stream. Stream is supposed to be chaos and fun like that. Oh, I see a link. Porcupinologist says, I always forget about the quote, but they're really fun. Yeah, they can be. We have some quotes that are like things like hydrate and stuff, but that people... Kath was always really good at remembering the commands for certain quotes that were relevant to the conversation that we're having. Let me just hit another one and see what it is. Dragony arms. Painting T-Rex arm on dragon. See, a lot of them are just like one phrase things, which I don't think are the greatest, but they're not bad. Okay, let's take a look at Sarah's work. Sarah, your work is always stunning. Ooh, look, you did an interior. I love the hangy down things. Here, I'm gonna share it on screen. I feel like at this point, you're okay with me sharing your art on stream, I think. I'm gonna share it on stream because it's very colorful and there's lots of people. Look at these ribbons. The ribbons hanging down. That do be nice. Look at that. I like this a lot. It reminds me a little bit, and I know this is like the thing people hate. Can I say the comment that everyone hates? This reminds me of, and then I insert artist name here. Now that I've said it. Now I've said it, you're like, yeah, who? It is great. I really like it. It's gorgeous. It's based on Hungia Cave in Chongqing. I don't know how to say that word. Chongqing. I don't mind when people say it, usually because it's something I like. So it reminds me a little bit of Devin L.A. Kurtz's art. Because I know she did a very similarly themed painting. Let me see if I can find it. She had some like festival stuff, not like this, but this one. No, actually, it's not at all like this. But this, I think this is the one I was thinking of. But now that I'm seeing them, it's not at all similar. But it's something about the vibrant colors, the or was it that one? It might have been like no, I don't know. It was one of the. It was probably that one that I was thinking of, with like the lanterns and things hanging down, lots of stuff hanging down, lots of vibrant colors, just overloading the senses. Oh, you can't see that. This one. Sorry, I didn't have the right screen up. But yeah, it reminds me of a bit of this image by Devin Ellie Kurtz. Or Devin L. Kurtz. I don't know how to say her name. I think it's L, right? It could be one of the others. Probably not that. But yeah, it could be something like this, where there's just lots of little things. But I don't think so. I think it was this image that it reminded me of. But yeah, now that I see them side by side, it looks nothing like that. So I got to see her booth at Lightbox Expo. Ooh, I've never seen that particular one. I don't know. I wouldn't hate that personally if someone compared myself to something more successful. Well, yeah, but that's the thing though. A lot of times, I think the idea of I mean, I kind of agree with you, Pumpkin Pie. If somebody compares yourself to somebody more successful, but I don't think everybody has that frame of reference for like success. So what all they hear is, oh, your art looks like someone else's, which can be like, you're trying to make your own art. Maybe you even tried some stylistic stuff that is different for you, and you're like pushing yourself to grow stylistically and artistically, and someone says your art looks like this other person's. Well, that's not your art doesn't look like your art, right? That feels like, oh, you're a bad ripoff or something. Like, that's not what's being implied, but I think it can sound like that. There was I know somebody, I'm not going to say his name because he hated it every time it was said, but every time people came into his stream and he was painting, somebody would be like, your artwork looks like Hans or Simon Stellenhag's work. And it was like he got annoyed at it because like he's actively trying, like he is a professional artist and he's trying to like make his own name, right? He's trying to do his own stuff. He was literally working on his own characters, and people saying like your artwork looks like Simon Stellenhag's work. That's kind of annoying when you think, especially if you think that you're just as skilled as them, or like you think that you are doing your own thing, and people see the quality and they think, oh well, you aren't as famous, but I'm just gonna think of this other person. Not everyone can be a household name. I know, but I still kind of get the annoyance. I mean, I personally don't ever feel that annoyance. If my art sparks the idea that oh, this looks like such and such and it reminds me of a thing that I like. If someone says this reminds me of Magic the Gathering, like, I think that's flattering because I like Magic the Gathering, and that's cool that this gives you a memory of that, right? But I also understand that it can be. I also understand it can be annoying, but you can't be treading on eggshells with everything you say every time, which is the theme of today's conversations. So sometimes you just gotta say what you want to say, and hope that it doesn't land wrong. I understand. Yeah, I do too. I take it as a compliment. I know it's supposed to be a compliment. It always is meant to be a compliment. I don't think anyone probably has ever said, "Oh, that looks like insert famous artist," as an insult. Unless maybe it was like the snobby art curator, like, we don't need another Picasso imitator. Like, oh, look, it's a Picasso imitator. Like, okay, that would be a bit insulting. But I don't think that's how people mean it. Okay, Steph says, that reminds me to finish the eye studies. The Sil Portrait Bootcamp is amazing. She's such a good teacher. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're finding her to be a good teacher. That's cool. Sarah says, so yeah, I guess if there was a particular project where I was trying to push it super far away from anything else. Maybe it'd be annoying, but I think all artists' work tends to be influenced somewhat by other people's. Yeah. Oh, look at this Devin L. Kurtz ripoff. Great. Yeah, exactly. I also think, and this is something that I've experienced a little bit, there's like this fleeting moment. Speaking of emotions from Steph, although I'm not sure this qualifies, it's more like my way of, I don't know. So sometimes somebody will say something like that, and I will have this like fleeting moment where I don't realize what's happening, and then that feeling hits me of like, oh, it does look a lot like this person's. And then I think, just like in the art critique mode, when someone says, "Oh, I like your lighting," and I'm like, "Oh, what about my lighting? Is this good?" Right? And then I say, "Oh, is that what I intended?" And if the answer is no, it's not what I intended that my art looked like theirs. Suddenly, it's like, oof. It almost feels like an unsolicited critique. So there's this moment where like it feels like an attack on your work because they brought something to your attention that you hadn't considered, and in considering it you realized you didn't want to go there, right? This happened once. So like, I love Andreas Roca. He's one of my favorite like fantasy landscape painters or illustrators, and I guess he does concept stuff too, but mostly illustration. um anyway, he's one of my favorites, right? And it's no secret I am influenced by him. Somebody once said, "Oh, this looks like his work," and I'm like, "Oh my god, is this too close to something he's painted? Like, did I unintentionally, get too close to the sun kind of thing?" Like, I don't want someone to think that, like, I'm copying his work, right? I am influenced by it, but I also want to stay far enough away that it doesn't look exactly like his. And so it kind of sucks a little bit. Like, I do get it, but just for a fleeting moment. And then I'm like, no, wait, they're giving me a compliment, and also it is a compliment, and so I can just accept it. But it can be tough. It's not always as yeah. Sometimes you listen to yourself, and then the results will shock you. I don't know. Okay. I also think by the time you have been a practicing artist for enough years, you've built up enough confidence that you can tell they mean it. Yeah, exactly. Once you run into it enough and you've thought about it. But I don't think all artists are that introspective about it. You know what it is and what and isn't similar about your work. Yeah, I agree. But I really have, another thing I've learned, not to say that I'm the most seasoned artist ever, but I've definitely learned that not all artists are as introspective about art making as I am, right? Something like, oh, I think it's just add quote. It's exclamation mark add quote. I don't know if you can do it, but try it again with add quote one word. Try try here. Try exclamation mark add quote, and then do the thing. Try that. I want to see if you can do it. Um, yeah, okay, it's not. I'll do it. Yeah, I don't know why. Which quote? Oh, yeah. Oh, I was talking about. I don't even remember what I was on anymore. Let me reread the comment. I think by the time you have been. Oh, I never remember what I was gonna say. Yeah, I think my experience with other artists is that not everybody is as introspective about like just asking sort of this weird, kind of uncomfortable questions that aren't immediately obvious. Like when someone says something, how you feel about it, if it feels like a compliment or not. Um, and then people will run headfirst into things like, AI, and suddenly there's all these big questions, and it's terrifying, and people are like fretting about it and panicking because it makes them feel uncomfortable, and they don't know why it feels uncomfortable because they haven't really thought about it. And if like, I think it's I mean, I don't know about. Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of that where sometimes just a lot of artists are more focused on making art and they don't really think too hard about some of these things, and then suddenly they're confronted with it and it's like a slap in the face, and they it makes them feel bad, or they suddenly feel like they're a fraud because a comment said a thing, but that wasn't actually what the comment meant, but they don't really know because they hadn't really considered it, and it's a big tricky situation. Yeah, I think it's admin only, unfortunately. I can probably make it so like VIPs can add stuff. I feel like at this point, uh, there's definitely a few people who could be VIPs. I feel like Porcupinologist has been here for forever. Sarah, you've been here more or less for forever. Well, not really, but you've been active so much. I feel like you all could be VIPs, so I could probably just give a VIP thing. Um, Although I gotta think about how I want to do the VIP thing. I I like Sourpuss's VIP method where she has a VIP badge, but it's only for other art streamers or people who have streamed art. That way, it's not like this, like your back in the day, your MySpace top eight. I don't want to be like, oh, well, why didn't I get one? I want a VIP badge. I'm here all the time. I'm like, well, how do I justify that? Like, so in some case, I do want the VIP to be like, I want to have some sort of, philosophy around why some people would get it and some people not. And I think sticking to art streamers who, I don't know, I want to have it. Not all art streamers, maybe. I don't know. It's hard. It's a tough thing. I feel like handing out badges that are supposed to be extra important are weird because I don't like ranking people like that. If you consistently carry the chat, yeah, that's not a bad way to just say it. Just like say it for what it is. If you carry the chat and make, oh, this is, well, we can listen to this song. This is normally the song that I end stream on. But yeah, if you carry the chat and are the reason that there is conversation, I think you can have VIP. And as long as it's conversation that's on theme of what we're already talking about, which Sarah's always is. uh, some people, they certainly make chat happen, but it's not always good chat. um, yeah. Yeah, you give it to, yeah. Back in the day, I used to just I was trying to hand it out like candy, and then it got kind of tricky because there were some people who I didn't feel like they really embodied what I wanted chat to be. Like people who are maybe more of troublemakers. Um, you get troll chatters sometimes. Not anymore, not really. I mean, occasionally, but I feel like people haven't been that chatty. Most of the people here are lurkers these days. They're like the regulars who just made a habit of showing up and hanging out and lurking while I'm here. I feel like I haven't been getting a lot of like constant new people popping in, and so I don't feel like I get a lot of trolls these days. But yeah, back in the day, I would get like a lot of new people like cycling through, and yeah, there would be trolls, but I don't really mind that though. But sometimes, OMG, how's that dude who I accidentally banned that one time? I'm not quite sure you're referring to. If you're talking about, there was one who was, he actually is still a VIP, I think. I never removed it. And I kind of regretted having him as a VIP. No, we're not Sir Ibram. Sir Ibram was not a troll. But so one of the things with VIPs on Twitch streams that always is tough for me. Yeah, I didn't mean to call people out a lurk. Thanks for the lurk, by the way. Hey, Beats. One of the things that's really tough for me out with VIPs on stream is that what is the tough thing about it? Is that sometimes they don't really embody the vibe of the stream that you want, and giving them a badge of like honor kind of. They're like, hey, you are really important. Despite every time you're here, you stir up drama. It's hard to take them away. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to take away VIP status without feeling like you're unfriended or something, you know? So like I'm not good at that, right? I don't want if I VIP someone, I want them to be able to have it for a long time or have a clear framework in my head of when is it acceptable to take it away. That way I can articulate it and be like, hey, this is for streamers. You haven't streamed in a year, removed, right? That's easy. But if it's just like for people who are friendly and cool, but then one day you start turning not cool, and like I can't just be like, sorry, you're a jerk now. I mean, I could, but that's kind of a messed up thing to say. Like, I want you to still be here. I appreciate it, but also not worthy. You know, I can't do that. So VIPs for me are hard. I take it seriously, kind of, sort of. Yeah. Ariz, you said in some I'm usually a lurker, and sometimes I don't know when you stream, so I miss it. Oh, I stream 3 days a week. I have a pretty clear-cut schedule, as Sarah pointed out. How do you spell schedule? Schedule. I think that word. That's not his. How do you spell schedule? I'm missing a letter. There we go. There we go. Schedule. Yeah, so I stream 3 days a week. Monday, Thursday, Saturdays, 11 a.m. Pacific time. So next stream will be on Monday, same time as today. I think I've given to 4 people. I don't know how many I have it. It's just sort of having a set of rules for it. Yeah, I think that's the most important part is you have some internal philosophy that you can articulate so that when someone doesn't adhere to that, you can be like, you know, please don't take offense, but things have changed and I'm going to read. Or I could just take it a lot less seriously and be like, I'm going to reevaluate it every month or two, and anyone who I'm gonna remove everyone's, and then I'm gonna shuffle them up, and I'm gonna redistribute in some new way, and maybe it'll mean something new this time. That way, if they don't get it, like something like that, where if you lose it, it becomes a regular occurrence and it's not a big deal. I just don't want people to feel like, like you had it and now you don't, and anyway, it could be weird. Okay. I'm also modding their channel. If you go on Discord, it pings you when he's live. Yeah, oh yes, there's that. I do have a Discord and it does ping you when I'm live if you want. I do have one. We have like 1,000+ people in there, although admittedly most aren't active. Because I am not that active and it's kind of I don't want to say ghost town. That's a little bit. It's kind of a ghost town. Mostly we use it. I use it for occasional like event type things. Although I haven't done it in so long that it almost isn't. But we're due for an event. In fact, I'm way overdue. But yeah, a lot of it says share art. It's a nice way to share art. That way you can be like, hey, I posted in Discord and I don't have to go hunt for links. Or if it gets really busy in here, it can be hard to figure out where stuff is. You joined Discord now? Oh, nice. Good to have you. Here's a little tree. Bob Ross style tree. There's Bob Ross style trees. You deleted your art Discord? Yeah, I didn't actually know you deleted yours. That shows you how much I was in it. I'm terrible at Discords. The only one I'm really active in, I think I'm more active in Rona's probably than in mine. I'm not that active in my Discord. I mean, I'm there. I look at it for like art stuff, anything art related, or when I'm streaming. If I say, hey, you can share art, I do check Discord, but I I'm not like posting updates and things. I guess on Sundays, I tip not every Sunday, not tomorrow, every other Sunday, I do try to do like an art watch session in Discord where I collect YouTube videos throughout the week that I haven't seen that I'd like to watch, and then I screen share them, and anyone can join. I do this every other week, and yeah. Does that not work? Or the invite don't work? Are you sure? Can anyone confirm or deny? That works. Are you sure? It works for me. The fact it launches my... This is what it shows. It launches. It definitely launches. You'd have to launch, but I can't find the server. Uh-oh. I think it works. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it works. The server icon looks like this. This button here. It looks like a little thingy here. Like I muted my own server. That's how you know that I'm not. No, I do visually look in it though. I just have it muted so I don't hear pings all day. Maybe we can yeah, somebody can maybe manually invite you. It should pop. I think the link's working. I think that must be a you problem, and I hate saying that because it could be a me problem, but I genuinely don't know. But okay. So anyway, gosh, we are almost 2 hours in and I haven't painted anything. I've only painted one thing. This is kind of cozy though. Maybe there's some little tables here. Does that look like tables? I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. That's something. We could maybe put some tables there. Giving me LA vibes, how people paint LA, not how LA actually is. How people paint. Yeah, that's funny. Hey now, doesn't LA has a lot of I mean, I feel like a lot of cities like that are kind of grimy and gross, but yeah. LA admittedly is warmer and like some other places. I don't know. I've never been to LA, but it seems okay. I hear nice things about it. I think I hear nice things about it. Maybe? Maybe I don't. Okay, what if we paint a nice secluded area in the forest? We were talking about some cozy places. I'm going to try to real quickly get some cozy environment down. It must be a you problem. I don't know. Oh no. Me forever blaming other people's problems on them. No, I have a predisposition, is that the right word? Of assuming that problems that I have are me problems and problems that other people have are them problems. I I kind of, when we were talking about this is I'm getting into like my own psyche here, but sort of how we were talking about earlier at the start of the stream about how I don't like blaming other people or trying to tell that people like not blaming them, sorry. Like I don't like to say like, oh, that person on the other group of people who isn't me they must just be stupid, right? I don't like attributing sort of motives or stupidity or say that they're bad. Um, but I do think, and the same goes for like games or whatever. Like if I screw up in a game, I don't like saying, "Oh, the game must be broken," right? I'm always assuming it's a me problem, right? I hear someone say, "My account got hacked." You probably did something stupid. It could have been hacked, but also maybe it was a you problem, right? Or I can't get into my account. That's probably a you problem. It's probably something that you're doing that you don't know what you're doing. Um, like it could be a another problem, but I don't like assuming it is. I always assume that it's a user error first, or that the person is the one. It's a skill issue kind of thing. Oh, I can't get my painting right. It must be my brush. It's probably you. That kind of thing. And I do it to a fault almost. And so somebody struggles to get in Discord, it could be that my Discord link is wrong and it's important to check, and so I click it. But like, I don't know. It's probably a you issue. Um, like I just don't like to attribute, like, make excuses for things offhand. I don't know. I feel like I owe it to myself to make sure it's not me first, and so I assume it is me. I don't know if that's better or worse than the alternative, but it definitely can get under my skin when I hear people talking about like blaming their tools in art terms, or blaming, their political opponents for all their political opponents are bad and all our side is good. Like, really, you genuinely think that? Like maybe you got some self-reflecting to do. Um, or just anything, my, like, everywhere I go, people are terrible. Maybe, what's that saying? Like, if everywhere you go, you smell poop, it's probably you, or something. I don't remember. It's something like that. Like, sometimes I don't know. I just don't like. I don't know. It just bugs me a little bit. And so it's not to say that like I think it's a bad thing. Like, I think blaming the person is a good, to me. It's never done with any ill intent. It's like, if I think someone is, you know, and I think this happens in communication. You say something and the other person doesn't get you, or they're not understanding you. Everyone's like, oh, well, they're just stupid. They don't get what I'm saying. Maybe you're just a bad communicator, Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a bad communicator, and that's why you're not understanding me. But don't, and so there's a lot of these issues, and I think this is just super common on the internet and just anywhere. And it always gets under my skin a little bit. I just don't like blame and sort of lack of self-reflection. Like, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem. Some games do. Oh yeah, no. A lot of games have bad controls. A lot of games are buggy. A lot of people get hacked. A lot of. I mean, but you shouldn't. You should rule out that it's you first. Is what I'm saying, right? And you should do your due diligence to rule yourself out as a user error. I just don't think the first assumption should be that, like, oh, my paint program's broken. Maybe you just don't know how to use it. Maybe a setting got reset, which again is technically the paint program, but maybe you just aren't aware what setting it is, and if you knew more about it, you'd be able to identify the problem immediately and not even ever have to complain. Um, so I don't know. I think it's that kind of complaining that I don't like, and it now I'm complaining about it. Complaining about complainers? What a stream. There is an alternative to that where my mom always assumed if I was having a problem with people in school that I was a problem. Yeah, see, I do that too, though, and it's struggle. It's a struggle, because like I don't like to do that, and I think that's where it gets really bad. Because why else would everyone be the problem? So I had a teacher who was just super rude to me for a whole semester, and I just didn't say anything to anyone. But my classmate, who was also our neighbor, told her mom, who was our mom, and it was like, "Why didn't you tell me?" Oh no. Yeah. See, I do the same thing. When I hear like a story about, someone in school constantly getting in trouble or something, I'm like, well, you probably aren't handling it very well. I mean, almost always interpersonal situations are like a little bit of A, a little bit of B. You know, like it's both. Both people probably suck at communicating. Both people probably, you know, your teacher's probably not perfect. The student's probably not perfect. There's probably issues there. You know, if the student learned how to, like, I mean, again, the student is younger in a less position of authority and the teacher needs to step up to it. So, like, that probably is the teacher, but the teacher has a bigger responsibility there. But like it probably realistically it's probably both, right? Nobody's perfect and people are just like, you know, two sucky communicators trying to interact, and it's like there's all this misinformation and terrible communication, and stuff isn't going the way that they wanted it to, and it's tough. But yeah, I do that too. I think I do a little bit of what your mom does. My first response is like always. I mean, again, it's not only to people who I don't like, or it's actually probably more to people who I do like, right? It's to assume that like they're missing something, right? That's always my assumption. My first assumption. It shouldn't be. I mean, maybe again, I don't know if it's bad or good. It's just again, I'm willing to like rule it out. And I think I do this more probably with some people than others. Probably, I think some people just have a way about them where you can tell that they are like constantly solving problems in a way where if they had a problem, you can kind of trust their problem solving skills to be like, I trust them that they've troubleshooted it enough. And then other people, I get a sense that like, I don't think you've troubleshooted. Like if my mom came to me and like, hey, this thing is having a problem, I'm like, it's you. Like I don't even almost like I almost know it's you because I know you didn't troubleshoot it, and it's almost certainly a skill issue, right? And this like I would like I think I would be, you know, it may not be, but let's at least rule that out first. Then there are people like my younger brother, uh, who I mean, I should have not used my mom there. I should have used my older sister. My older sister, I would assume it's a her issue. My younger brother, I would assume it's a tech issue because I think he would troubleshoot it. He's very problem solvy in that way. He does his research and he looks into things and he learns how things work. And like when he's like, hey, this thing is broken, my instinct with him maybe for a brief second is still like, are you sure you're just not using it wrong? But then I'm like, he probably isn't, right? He probably actually researched it. Someone like my older sister, she's probably just using the thing wrong and it's not actually broken. It could be, but I sometimes feel bad when I do this, and I'm curious what's wrong with me because I feel like the alternative is like trust everyone whenever they say stuff. But like my time as, you know, working in customer service has shown me time and time again, it's the user. The user sucks. The user will be wrong. I mean, and I do this too, right? When I have a problem, it's typically me. Like genuinely, it's almost always me at first. If I just knew more, if I learned more, I could have solved it. I mean, yeah, having a history of not troubleshooting kind of, and it's like you start to, I don't know, I mean it's not even that the person is wrong, like you're predisposed to make mistakes. It's that you didn't troubleshoot yourself to solve it, because most people wouldn't be complaining about the issue. They would have just first troubleshooted it and then they complain, right? Or I shouldn't say most people, like my brother, right, my younger brother, he would troubleshoot, and if he can't get it, then other people would hear about it. So by the time he's saying, "Oh my gosh, my Steam account got hacked," he's reasonably sure that that is how. He probably has a good hypothesis of how it happened or when it happened, and he understands the situation, right? Before he'll make a claim like somebody broke into it. Because again, that's like attributing someone else's intent or actions, and like he'll be very certain. Some people will just like type their password wrong, be like, I must have been hacked. Are you though? Did you try to reset your password? No. Well, then do that. Like, just reset it, get in the normal way, and everything will be fine. You're not hacked. You know, like It's that kind of. I don't know why this bugs me so much. I'm getting stuck on this topic. Okay. It's kind of like what we were talking about last time we learned patterns, and that can apply to individual people's patterns, like your sister. Yeah. It's like the boy that cried wolf. If you do something a lot or you don't. Yeah, I mean, my default, though, it's not even that, like, I mean, it is like the boy who cried. So for me, my default is assume that user error most of the time, and then you need to solve for that first. And then you can say, okay, it's not user error, it's program or tools or whatever. But pattern will teach me that, like, my brother, for example, will do the troubleshooting first. So I know from experience that I can trust him a little bit when he says that he tried to look into it. And if he says, oh, the first thing I did was unplug it for, 10 seconds or 15 seconds and then replug it back in, he's not just saying it to, like, not to save face. He actually did it, right? If I asked my sister that, she might realizing her mistake would be like, oh, of course I did that, when she didn't. She would just lie because she doesn't want to look like a fool who didn't do the first basic step, right? But, like, it's okay, just be like, oh crap, I totally forgot. Like, I mean, she shouldn't have been blaming, anyway, it's weird. I'm, like, psychoanalyzing my family. This is weird. I have problems too. But anyway, I keep telling my coworker with tech issues the computer does not have a personal vendetta with you. There's always a solution. Yeah, and most of the time it's probably her, right? Little kids say they were hacked when they lose a game. And I almost always want to say, do you think that you're that special that someone wants to personally go to your account and win a Roblox account? I don't say it. Yeah. It's funny though, because sometimes people do. There's actually there was a big gaming tournament a few years ago where in real time, I think what game was it? I think it was Apex Legends. There was a bug where people could literally remote hack your client, not your client, your, like, server game, like they could hack your game while playing in real time, and they did it on a stage in front of a bunch of people at, like, the biggest tournament ever, literally getting hacked on stage. And, like, they turned on, like, an aimbot for this user. And it was like it was like a known thing at the time. It wasn't like this user was trying to save face by, like, I swear it's not me. Like, it actually was a hack, and they literally were, like, aimbotting, but it wasn't actually them. And that's, like, crazy that even exists. The fact that is even a thing is wild. And I'm sure some people see that, and anytime something goes wrong, they're like, oh, it's probably like that. But yeah. It's actually, here, let me see if I can find it. It's actually pretty crazy. Apex Legends hack live. This is going to give me shady websites. Yeah, Imperial Hal. He hacked during an ALG at... Okay, here it is. I wonder if there's a video of it. I don't know what this... .esport? Oh, that looks like a shady website. The Gamer? Is that a reputable source? No, that's not. Is this the one? Yeah. So, oh, here's an article about it. Anyway, I thought it was fascinating. There's a video. Well, here, let me find the video of it. Imperial Hal hack. Let me. I don't know. I don't even know anything about Dota, or not. It wasn't Dota. Apex Legends. Let me find this YouTube. Sorry, this is taking way too long. I'm the worst internet searcher ever. But yeah, there's a video of it happening. Where is it? Where's the best one? I don't know if this is it. But no, because this isn't a good one, because this isn't of the on-stage one. Can you post the link? Yeah, yeah, you can post the link. Yeah, you can post the link. I'm trying to find one where, like, it's showing the live stage footage just to see, just so people can see like the intensity of the setup of like literally stage there. Anyway, it was a pretty wild thing. Oh, this is, oh, Asmongold clip. Okay. Yeah, stuff like this though. I know it. Sorry, I'm gonna go on a rant. You should try to post the source. I feel like posting React videos to things. I don't know. Does it? Sorry, does that bother anybody? Am I just? This is like me venting stream. Uh, or at least like a full video where it's like a re-upload of the actual footage and not. I don't know. I don't know. Is that weird? Am I going crazy? Sorry. It bothers me too, but this is, I know it's faster, but we're missing a few rant counts. Yeah. Oh, check out Jack's films. Jack has been going off about reaction thieves for a year now. Yeah, I know of him. Yeah, I get a little bothered by React channels when they're getting the clicks for the original thing. Kind of bothers me. A little bit. Particularly, like, I mean, there is definitely a React ecosystem where, like, big streamers will react to other big streamers, and, like, it's kind of, it's almost like a content farm in the sense that, like, they know they're gonna get reacted to, and they react to other people. But when you're reacting to, like, small people, it really, and they're not in on it, right? They're not also doing React content. I think that's where it gets really sketchy, because then you're just siphoning views and literally like, it's kind of like the gosh, I'm gonna rant about capitalism. It's sort of like the corporate greed mentality, like, well, if we make a lot of money, then others below us will make more money as a result. Like fake trickle down economics garbage that doesn't really clearly manifest itself. Like, it doesn't work that way, but people will claim it does. It's like, well, I'm helping them because I'm giving them exposure. Nobody goes and says, oh wow, what a great video, let me go and find the source. Nobody does that. Like, maybe a few people, but not enough to justify the initial theft. Like, they're benefiting from it far more than anyone else. Anyway, it definitely bothers me. Okay, rant over. Yeah, it's the mini version of trickle down economics. Yeah. Although I was actually listening to a thing today. It was what was it? I don't even know. It was a I don't know who it was. I don't think it was on SciShow. I don't know what it was. It might have been SciShow. No, it can't be. They would never talk about this topic. But anyway, it was a person talking about differences between different versions of media. So, like, podcasts versus your local, late night TV show talks and stuff. And they were saying that, like, the late night TV show still holds himself as, like, we have the most viewership. Like, you want to be on our show because we have 15 million viewers nightly. And I think it's true. Like, that's probably, they were saying, those are probably our true numbers. I don't think it was Hank's channel. I don't know where it was. But, like, they were citing some number that's, like, huge. Like, you would want to be a guest on those channels. But the problem is that people who have those late night shows on, they're not going to go see a guest, go research them, and then follow their podcast. Or they're not going to go and go consume that person's content. Like, there's a very small turnover rate. Whereas if you're on somebody's podcast, like, I don't know, biggest podcaster ever, I don't know, Joe Rogan or somebody stupid, right? Like, if you go on his podcast, people actually will go and find you because people are actually engaged in that. It may not be as 15 million viewers. It might be a lot less than 15 million, but a huge percentage are actively like listening or watching. Whereas on TV, it's like, it's just a very passive thing on in the background and there's no turnover. So even though one has much higher viewership, the level of commitment is very much lower. And I feel like YouTube is probably somewhere like like the TV thing where people are just very passively watching. You know, you see an Asmongold clip of some video of some streamer. I don't think there's a big turnover. I don't think people are leaving that stream and going and finding the other person. They're just not. I just don't think that's happening that much. Maybe it's somewhere in between, but I would bet that it's closer to a passive thing than like people actually going out and exploring this new creator. Because they're there for the react. They're not there for the video. They're there for the, you know, if you're watching a PewDiePie video, you're watching it for him. You're not watching it for the person he's reacting to. I don't know. Does he react? I don't even know. I did watch an Adam Scott because I like parts of him in Parks and Rec, and the show he was on sounded cool, but I looked up and it's only Apples Plus. I'm not paying for that. Oof. Okay, Steph says the only reacts I like are the ones that add to the convo or give a different perspective. Like this one OBGYN reacted to a fitness bro who claimed hormones do not affect fact is a lazy woman excuse with articles and show. Yeah. I think those are good too. But generally, though, those people aren't like that. OBGYN is not only a React channel, right? They probably have other content too. And like occasionally they'll react to TikToks. I mean, I think Dr. Mike does that too, right? He'll have like he has content, but he does have a lot of React video where he'll react to like TikToks and he'll explain why they're wrong. But mostly it's still educating, right? It's turning it into an educational content. It's saying, here's this information that's wrong, let me correct it. I mean, Hank does that too, right? In Hank's channel, he'll react to something and be like, this is actually why that's wrong. And then he'll explain the science behind it. But I think that's different than just like watching a whole video. And it gets murky. It's murky, blurry, hard to draw a line. And that's why they're... Dr. Mike is funny and educational. Yeah, I like Dr. Mike. Sometimes I don't really like how he goes about his videos, but I think from what I can tell, he seems to be informative, level-headed, and not just clickbait. And like he seems to be, you know, as far as like, you know, heart's in a good place, has good content, is knowledgeable, and does his research. You know, like I don't think he's like he's like an actual doctor. You know, so that helps. Like, he's a practicing doctor. He's not like some old-timer doctor who's, like, you know, 95, 2 feet in the grave, and you know, once upon a time diagnosed people for things that don't exist anymore. Like, you know, he's not just, like, some huckster or something. So, I mean, maybe he is. I don't think so. He seems pretty legit from what I can tell. Okay. Yeah, the thief reactors who know... The thief reactors know who they are, and it's, in my opinion, it's not that murky, because in practice it's very obvious who is who. Yeah. I mean, I think there is a huge group, though. I mean, there are thief reactors who are straight up, like, actively trying to pass stuff off as their own, and, like, they are misleading, and they do know who they are. But I do think there's a lot of people... like big streamers. I'll use one streamer that I actually like, Hikaru Nakamura. He's or Nakamura. Sorry, I can't even say his name right. He's a chess streamer. He almost only plays chess, but occasionally, because he's a big streamer, people will ask him to like watch a video or something, and he will do like a react. Most of the time, his reactions are terrible. He's not actually adding anything. And he's basically just doing the thing because it's popular to do on streams. And I would argue his reacting content is garbage. But he also barely ever does that. So, is it okay? I don't know. Like him occasionally bringing up a stream and like, I don't know. I don't know if it's okay. It's murky territory for me because he's not like that's like if you were to delete all of those videos, he'd be fine, right? He would be still like one of the larger Twitch streamers. Or I think he's on Kick. I don't know. I've never been to Kick, but I apparently it's still a thing. I think he got a massive contract, which is probably why he's doing it. But ooh, that's some ugly colors. Yeah, yeah. If you watch a video because the viewer's like, "OMG, I found a thing." Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what I'm alluding to, right? Is viewers are like, "Hey, there's this thing," or maybe you're talking about a topic, right? And there's a relevant video on the topic you were already talking about. So in some sense, your react came before you ever watched the video, and then you watched the video for additional info, but you're just like silent during it. I don't know. It's tough. Also, I think calling them react video is kind of stupid because most of the time, like, the ones who do it well already know where it's going. And so that's why they're able to, like, chime in with, like Hank does, right? He's not going to watch an actual video for the first time on stream or on his video. He would never do that because he's only going to come prepared with information regarding its the facts in the video. And so, like, he'll have done his research beforehand, and then he'll watch the video with you, and he'll pause it at the relevant times to be like, actually, that's wrong. Here's why. Here's all the science, right? It's not in real time. It's like a fake react, and I think that's far more transformative than like a real reaction. It would be boring. Like, you watch the video in silence first, and then you have your thoughts on it. So yeah, that's my speaking of Hank. Should we do a Wordle and connections? Also, these do not look cozy. Maybe cozy. Hold on. We can make it cozy. This is the slowest painting I've done on stream in a while, I think. That's okay. I am okay with slow painting. You know what? Painting is slow. I mean, there's literal expressions to watching paint dry. So, I think it's okay to say... Yeah, it's okay. Wait, I've lost my senses. No, I've lost my chat. There it is. Yeah, React channels don't do that though because it would require actual work and skills. Yeah. Well, again, a lot of them. Yeah, that's true. Typically, those channels aren't primary React, right? Same thing with like Dr. Mike, right? He's not gonna. I mean, actually, that's not true. I think sometimes there is a way to do it though. And this is where the problem solving brain part of my it takes place. There's a way to do this, which is you have people like vetters for you. So you have like a group of mods who say, here are relevant videos to what you talk about. They will be good for stream. Trust us. And then they'll take that curated group of things and they'll watch them on a first time, right? That can be good because then they know it's relevant. They know it's not going to be a garbage and like they can be confident that there's things to say. I don't know if that works. Does that work? Maybe. What just happened? You always end up... Sorry, what did you say? Okay. Pumpkin Pie says, I always end up painting slower than I'd like. I think speed is something that needs to be practiced intentionally. Don't quote me on that, though. Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think speed's something that's practiced intentionally. I think... And I'm only citing... my sources here for this claim are mostly chess and some art. I mean, a lot art from my own experience, but also on the super high objective end, chess. And I like chess as an analogy here because one of the ways to get better at playing fast and good, right? You can't just play fast and make garbage moves. You have to do good stuff. The way to do that is just to drill those in by going slow and deliberate and repetition without making the errors so that when time comes to play fast, you can breeze through this stuff without making those errors. Because if you're just trying to paint super fast, you're going to be super error prone, and then you're going to start repeating those errors, and you're not actually going to be painting any good, right? So painting fast is going to come at the expense of painting good, always, right? You will always play chess better if you play slowly. You will always paint better if you paint slowly. If you want to paint fast, you're going to be giving up some of that skill, right? And so you need to get really, really good so that you can then paint faster. So just basically get good, and then you'll be. And but there are so here, let me draw my pie chart. I know people love math on art streams, so I would say this is the skill, right? And then this is like just painting skill, general things. This is a made up percentage, by the way, not to scale. uh so this is how I think of it. So this is all like the fundamentals, right? These are like the big this big part is your basic, your meat and potatoes, right? There are going to be things like, specific skills related to speed, like, brush economy and pre-planning and visualization of things, and focusing specifically on uh you know like wrist movement to make your movements more efficient, and set up all your hotkeys to make sure you're hitting the right buttons. This is gonna be like your tools, and buttons, and that kind of thing. I don't think it's that important. I think in general you get good, and you're gonna, when you try to paint fast, it'll still end up pretty dang good. And I think it just scales pretty much linearly with, like, if you're this good, if you're this good, your art is gonna, when you paint fast, it's gonna be this good, right? If instead you're this good, your art is gonna be like this good when you paint fast. You want your art to be that much better, get that much better, right? Like it's I don't that's my sort of philosophy of painting fast. Mostly it is pattern recognition by doing things slow and deliberate. Um, yeah, I think, and again, I'm backing this up, and also by anything on deliberate practice. I will say though, I do think with art, when it comes to like idea generation, if we're talking like concept art, and you want to do the creative part, I hate that phrase, but that's why I put in air quotes. But you want to do things like quickly grab things that are unrelated. I don't know if that's deliberate practice that would get you there, but that's experience. I mean, so in a sense, it's still practice, but that's where, like, you've just been around a lot of solutions, and you can start to pull from solutions, and you've practiced pulling from solutions. I don't know quite how that factors into like your actual day-to-day painting. I think there's a just like there's the messy like problem solving skill, which isn't deliberately practicing, but it is like experience practicing, doing lots of different things and just trying stuff, and being in the environment, having seen lots of solutions. That's where you start making those quick decisions. But if you're just talking like, how do I draw a beautiful environment and get my composition good right at the start, that's just slowing down and learning your stuff, in my opinion. So that's my answer to that. I think, and again, a lot of the ways that you learn those things, right, sometimes are by speeding up, ironically. Like, for example, if you want to get good at gesture, yeah, sometimes speeding up and doing short gestures is a way for your brain to say, this is what's important. So it kind of is like, well, I got to do gestures are fast, and gesture drawing is an important part of painting quickly. Therefore, I just need to paint everything fast, and I'm going to get good. Well, no, I don't think that's how that works. That just happens to be that gestures are a thing that is good at being trained quickly, because it is sort of, you're trying to cut out all the detail. But there are other aspects that are good to go deliberately and slowly, line for line, think it through. And so I think it's easy to conflate like an exercise where I paint. Anyway, yeah, I think it can get a little tricky, I think. Anyway, that's my hot take on that, based on a little bit of evidence, or like science. I guess there's actually quite a bit there that I've read that it relates to it. Basically, everything in the book Range, and everything in the book Peak, and everything in the book Grit, and like all of those books kind of overlap. I think also there's the who is it? The Adam Grant book. I don't know how good of a book this is. I enjoyed it, but it was um what was it called? Think Again, I think it was called. and it was like basically learning to like anyway yeah so and that book covered a bit of that as well. I mean, to even some degree, a book like the Malcolm Gladwell's Blink, which is like I would say like very surface level, it's like an introductory to the concept of doing things quickly and making snap judgments, and surface level of like how those snap judgments get trained. um that's a so like anything around that topic, I feel like I've read quite a bit about that. So I don't know. I'd like to think that I know a bit about this topic, but I don't actually know what I don't know. So it is very possible that there is some other big factor, but I feel pretty confident in saying that I've read like 6 books on basically this exact topic to some level or the other. And then I've experienced it with art, and also I've seen it in chess, which is a hobby of mine. So I don't know. I also there's a lot of studies about chess on this topic, so literal science being done. I don't know. Okay, let's do a little 1, 2, 3, 4 votey thing. Okay. Sarah says that's a good point. Yeah, your fast paintings will still always be tied to your slow skill and will usually be slightly worse than your slow paintings, even if your fast paintings are super good. Yeah, like I mean, if you want to make super good fast paintings, make super good slow paintings. But I mean, I think also there is probably a caveat with painting specifically, which is, and I'm just thinking here on the first, I'm thinking through this in real time now on this particular topic. I think one of the aspects with art though is like if all of your skill comes from your rendering, then maybe that doesn't hold true. I think some people kind of like there's that term like don't polish a turd, which is basically to say make sure your fundamentals are good. Don't put your polish on top of on bad foundations, right? If your foundations are stinky, your whole painting will be stinky. It doesn't matter how much polish you put on it, right? I think as long as you're being honest with yourself and you're practicing things that are actually making like actual fundamental skills. Yeah. Fast brushstrokes do have a different quality to slow ones. Yeah, but a lot, I mean, what's that saying? I hate the saying because it never landed in my head, but I see all the time people repeat it and they say it as if it's some like holy grail of quotes. It's the someone can correct me. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. So the idea is like if you want to paint fast, you paint slowly, you paint smoothly, and because you're painting smoothly, you are now efficient, and that efficiency it makes it goes quickly, right? Because you're not having to redo things. I hate the saying because it doesn't stick in my brain. But some people seem to like it, and people seem to say that made it connect. But the concept is that it's the efficiency and the smoothness of an activity of doing it effortlessly. That's what makes it fast. It's not literally moving your hand quickly, right? I think there's this idea of this person like scribbling frantically. That's not what fast is, right? Fast is making a few marks and they look good, and then you move on to the next thing and those marks look good, and before long you have this nice looking thing because every mark was right where it was meant to be, and then it looked perfect, right? That's what people think of, I think, when they think of fast. This notion that you have to be moving your hand, I mean, yeah. So yeah, and you learn to do that by slowing down, focusing on fundamentals, and just putting in time and learning patterns, and you learn. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't think it's just one or the other. I mean, if you think about like speed running, there is a point where you do like optimize the little things. You optimize literally how you hold your controller so that you can hit the button slightly faster. Like there are literally things people do when you're trying to actually do something very, very quickly that is like super fine tuning. I don't think people generally get there in art, right? Because I think there's so much other stuff going on that's sloppy and made up on the fly and improvisational. I can't say that word apparently. I don't think that fine-tuning really ever comes into effect. I think if you're too focused on the fine-tuning, you're gonna miss all the fundamental stuff, and your paintings aren't gonna be as good, right? And again, that's like learning where all your buttons are and making sure, for me, I have the lasso tool on my L button. Like, good God, I have to reach across my keyboard to hit L? What a waste of time. Yeah, I could move it to make it more comfy, but like, does it really affect the speed at which I paint? Not really, like maybe milliseconds off of a painting time, or maybe a minute, in all said and done. Like, maybe it affects it, but I don't think it's any noticeable amount of time. Also, don't forget to hydrate. OMG, I forgot to have lunch. Oh no. Oh, wait. Oh, we were gonna vote. Okay, sorry, I'm rambling today. Let's do this. I'm gonna try something a little different. I know these paintings aren't that beautiful. And I don't say that in like a bad way. I just mean it's yeah, let's just do this. Let's clean these up. I'm gonna rewrite my numbers. Crop. Crop. No borders today. No borders! I don't know why I'm excited about this. Well, one. I need to start with a 2, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Here we go. Let's crop this. Nope. Okay. There's that. Let me make a straw poll. The way this works is we are voting. I will post it in the Twitch chat. Actually, I'll post it in both chats. I'm going to create a poll with 4 options. Vote 1, 2, 3, and 4. Allow selection multiple options. Yes. Click, giddy click. Click, click. There's that. Waiting for the riot. Wait, do we riot? We don't riot. I feel like the riot emote should be a rant emote. I mean, we do have a rant emote, though. Anyway, there's the straw poll. You can select as many as you'd like. If it's a tie break, I will break the tie. Even though technically I get 2 votes, basically, is what I'm saying. I'm going to vote initially. And then if it's a tie, I will break the tie. It could very well be a tie, because there's not going to be too many people who vote. But if you want to actually sway the vote, then vote. It's in chat. Five minutos. There we go. The angry Peepo is funny. It is funny. Yeah. Peepo riot. Man, my Twitch is spazzing today. Half the Twitch screen is frozen, not my Discord or other tabs. Wait, is it my stream? Is my stream, when you say half of Twitch, is it me? Are there any technical difficulties for anyone else other than Steph? Is it Steph or is it me? This is what we were talking about, right? Earlier. I assume that it might be a me issue. Well, in this case, it's me versus you, so I assume it's me. But sometimes I assume it's you. It could be. It could be both. But refreshing is the right course of action, right? So that would clarify it. You love them all? Nice. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm happy. I like the color palette. I think these have nice moods and vibes. I'm not sure about 3 and 4 are kind of slopped together. I probably shouldn't have even had 4, but that'll work. Currently, number 1 is winning over number 2. Is it probably because the color is more concentrated? That's my guess. But yeah, if you'd like to vote, you can do that. Again, there's the straw poll. I'll post it in chat. This obviously will only work for the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will never see it again. And then we can do the daily connections in Wordle. We can do our brain teasers, or whatever you want to call them. Is that like is that a term people use these days? Brain teasers? That's not a brain teaser, right? Those are just literal like puzzles or brain teaser. No, I don't know what you call them. Maybe puzzles. You like the perspective? Yeah, the perspective on 1 is nice. I do like. I think it got a little bit lost in 2 because I kind of knocked out the wall. Yeah, I think the perspective in 1 is nice. Also, there will be some nice opportunities to find some nice references, little cozy nooks, hole in the wall, like street shops and stuff. It'll be nice. It'll be a good one. So I'm perfectly happy with working on that. Just a few more minutes. And while we're doing this, I do post the stuff in Discord. All of the thumbnails from all the streams. Maybe like New Mexico, it's giving the lighting gives desert vibes for sure. Yeah, New Mexico, or like even just border in the U.S. somewhere along there. Yeah, New Mexico, Mexico, Texas, even maybe like Arizona. There could be places. I guess New Mexico is border, isn't it? I don't even know. I don't even know the geography of New Mexico. I know it's like northwest. It's a little bit west of like obviously it's west of Texas, but is it like it's immediately west of Texas, right? I don't know. New Mexico. I assume it's just immediately west of Texas, but I don't actually know how much is touching there. Okay, it's literally touching Texas. It's in the big L thingy. Okay. I wasn't sure. Wait, what is to the left of New Mexico? Dang it, U.S. map. Now, what state is to the left to the west of New Mexico? It is Arizona. Okay. Is that what I said? Oh yeah, Arizona. Okay, I always forget that Arizona's down there or like where it is. Okay. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I haven't looked a lot. I guess they all border Mexico. Okay, you've got that. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know my geography. I'm just now learning geography. It's somewhere down there. Yeah. And for Joe to make a kitchen supply store, basically because I bought a cast iron Dutch oven and I'm obsessed with it. Oh my gosh, there was this. This brings back memories. There, when I was a kid, we would stay home from school and there was always Price is Right on TV. But one of the things on TV that wasn't the Price is Right was this Dutch oven cooking channel, and it was this man out in his backyard or something, just like it wasn't very fancy. He's just like out in the wilderness maybe with a Dutch oven, and he'd be like, add a yay bit of that, and he would never specify how much of stuff. He would just say a yay bit, and like that was supposed to somehow you would be able to follow along. And like, how much is adding a yay bit of salt? Like, I don't know, but the way he talked was funny, and I remember it was great. And it was some Dutch oven cooking guy. I don't know who it was. I don't remember the name. I never knew the name, but yeah, that brings back memories. Good old Dutch oven cooking. That was a thing. Okay, we have. What do we have? We have results. Number 1 has won. Fantastic. It's like a big iron. I think it's a big cast iron thing with a lid. It's not a crock pot. It's just giant cast iron. You heat it from the bottom like a pot, but it does have a lid, and I think it's a little thicker. I don't even know. I don't really know what the difference between all the cooking ware is, but I think it also has like a little tray on the top, and so you can cook stuff in the lid. So I think some things you will cook on the lid as well as underneath, I think. I don't know if the lid specifically is... I think it's built for that, right? Yeah. The lid is like a part of it. So you have the thing, the heat coming in, it cooks on the stuff in below, but you can also cook on the top. You can... It's very versatile. It's super hefty, and it's like resilient, and it lasts forever. And they're like, you know, you buy one in your entire life, and you'll never need to buy one again. It's supposed to be super resilient and versatile. But I also don't have one, and have maybe... I think maybe I've used one, but I don't know. Okay, number 1. Oh, wait. I haven't saved this as a JPEG yet, I don't think. File, save as... Oh, I haven't even made my stream file today. Oh my goodness gracious me. Let me just make my new folder, label it 771. We've got a lot of stream paints. And then we'll go here, retitle this to 771. Save. And then, oh crap, I didn't have my time lapse turned on. And then we'll save it again. Okay, we haven't done any of our saving yet. A JPEG, and then save it again. 3 separate files. Do I need this? Not really. And this one will have... This is how I set up my files, by the way, if anyone cared. That way, now I have... When I open this, I have my thumbnails, I have my JPEG, and then now I have my new working document, which is what I'm going to be working on right now. So for every stream, I have my CSP document for both thumbnails and final, and then I have a JPEG for thumbnails and final. So that's how I split it up. Okay, let's see. Even the sourdough tastes too sweet. Wait, let's see. My heart jumps at all the folders. In my town, it's all sliced crap. I can get decent sourdough at Trader Joe's, or even better ones if you live near a bakery. I love sourdough. Even the sourdough tastes too sweet. It caters to the people, but I found an easy artisan bread recipe. In Germany, says Steph, I just had basic bread from bakeries, and not even sourdough, and it was amazing. I hope the recipe I have works. Nice. Go here. We're gonna crop it. Alrighty. So let's find some New Mexico, I don't know, street view. New Mexico street. Give me something generic to start with. See if we're even in the right ballpark. Not with the style of building that I'm looking for. New Mexico. What's a city in New Mexico? I couldn't tell you of a single New Mexico city. Albuquerque. I did know of that. I knew that. I knew Albuquerque. I didn't realize it was New Mexico. Oh, I'm bad at geography. Oh, I love Adobe. I will say I do like Adobe houses. Or buildings, I should say. Look at the... I'm going to put it on screen here in a moment. Let me open up a PureRef file. Look at these. Look at this photograph. I'm going to find it right now. Look at this. This kind of building there's something cool about it, but also it's kind of ugly, but kind of cool at the same time. Like, I don't know how I feel about it. I think it's cool. It's weird and uneven, and it looks like it's melting. It looks like something out of a Dali painting a little bit. But they are so cool, and like these, they're kind of cool. I don't know. Well, they are fun, but fun can be ugly too. No, I don't. I think this one is nice because it's extremely well kept, manicured. It's it's like the fancy of the fancy versions. Um, I think some of them can get a little bit like almost like shantytown vibes, and it can get a little bit ramshackled looking. So it's not. I don't think it's always amazing. Also, I like this image. It has nothing to do with what we're looking at, but I don't know. Like I think this one looks nice, right? It's very ooh. See, like this is kind of crazy. I don't think this has any. I don't know where this is actually. I don't think this is. I don't actually think this is New Mexico. It might be. I have a hunch it's not. But that's colorful. Look at that. Look at the color there. The color is gorgeous. Actually, now I'm curious. Where is this? I've got to Google's help me out. All right, Intrepid. Where is it? There's a place here. It says the good times in 6 colorful cities around the world. I want to know where this image is. They use it as their. Better tell me later. Morocco. Ooh, that's beautiful. Havana, Cuba. Okay, this is Mexico. That is pretty cool. Italy. Ooh. India. Reykjavik, Iceland. Okay. Cool. I like this one. This is a very neat image. Do you want to visit Morocco? It does look gorgeous. Yeah, I mean this image looks gorgeous, but I'm sure the whole place looks amazing. But yeah, okay. Anyway, that was the thing I found. I do like those colorful vibes of the buildings. I don't think we need to do all of that, and I'm not going to make them stacked like that. But actually, if we do take this and we sort of zoom in, we could use some of these buildings and designs, like the big square windows with the different colors. We could totally use that. Like, there's so many little things. If you were to zoom in on any one building, you could use like some of the squareness, the shapes that it's made. It's kind of, there's a lot that we could use here. So I may just more or less reference this image. Morocco has a lot of intricate tile work, as far as you know. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me based on what we just saw. I like drawing stacked buildings. I think it's a lot of fun, but I'm not sure how much I really like them. But let me look up where was that one? Where did it say? I don't know how you say this. Guanajuato, probably. Let me just Google Guanajuato, Mexico. Images. Give me the. Let me just look here. I'll put it on screen. I'm seeing this building a lot. That's pretty nice. I like it. Uh-oh. Dead body alert. No, it's a museum. It's okay. Like, I like to see this, but also, whenever you see, it's always filled with, like, the big iconic buildings, and you never see, like, the random alleyway, you know? Like, here's that image that we just saw. This is a higher res, I think. But you never, I feel like you have to, like, really, really hunt to see the random street view or like the not super nice spots, and it's kind of a shame. Like, I know, I understand that, you know, this thing is algorithm driven, but it is nice to see like this stuff, you know, a little bit less obvious or less commonly seen. And even this is like a work of art, so it's probably shown for that. But anyway. But yeah, I've got some references. I don't know how much I'm going to actually reference them today. I probably will, definitely with the colors, because I want this painting to have a vibe. So we're just going to start painting. I'm going to make some things a little blocky. I do like that there's some of these could now I'm curious, should I think what we could do, so this might ruin it, hopefully it doesn't. I'm gonna keep the colors here, but I'm gonna paint in like these little wall spaces. Actually, okay, let's do this proper. Let's establish our vanishing point. Where do we want this thing to be going? I'm not sure. I mean, we could have it go off the page like that. Right? We could have our vanishing point go there. So it would be like over here. Our eye line. And then everything else here would be going back that way a little bit. That's like what my brain tells me we're looking at, right? If I just based off this image. But I could also change it, right? This is the point where I can change what we're looking at. We could also have, we could be looking downward, and so our eye line could be up here somewhere. And this could be down below it, so like we'd be going downhill like that, but everything else is going up here. So like this road would be literally at an angle. Like that. That's actually kind of cool. What if we did that? Let's try that. I like that. That's a fun solution. So here, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, when you're looking downhill, the actual eye line, so you have the hill has its own vanishing point, which will be lower than the other vanishing point. So this might be the real vanishing point, like where our eyes are. And then this, right? So here, actually, let's lower this a little bit. Let's put it here. This will be the real one. So then these, if these buildings are level, right? Because typically buildings are level, they would be going here, right? So these would be here. So that this area, this little triangle, this is the area where, like, if we wanted a door, it would have to be parallel to this, right? I don't know if that makes sense to people, but that would set up a bit of on a hill. And I kind of like it. It sort of is fun. It gives some fun opportunity. I don't know if this would ever be on a hill, but one of the reasons I do like the hill is because then you can get this really cool like bounce light coming in. You can get all the light coming into this little area and sort of flooding the scene. I don't know. Kind of neat. And maybe actually, hold on. Maybe we back up. Maybe we don't make it this extreme. Maybe we put it like just a slight downhill. So like this is going here, but these are going over here. And the reason I'm doing this, do we want one? We could go like here. The reason I'm doing this is because I want to be able to put. Does this still work? I don't actually know. This might be a bit extreme. I mean, we'd have to change a lot here. Go like... Nah, we can go over here. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to set this up. We could go here. It kind of doesn't matter so long as once, in my opinion, every choice we make changes. So in that sense, it matters. It changes what we're looking at. I kind of like this angle. This would be looking up at stuff. Do I like that angle? I mean, kinda. I mean, it kind of looks good. I mean, obviously the painting doesn't look good, but that kind of works. And then this will be like the downhill thing. And we could have like a little an area here. And then whatever buildings here. These could go somewhere else. Maybe these are, I mean, they don't have to be in the same spot, but these could be just like horizontal. Do I like that? I don't know. And then this could be, I mean, we don't have to have everything parallel. But what if we did this? This is just me trying some stuff. Sometimes it's just, if you don't know, just try it anyway. That's the... I've mentioned this before, but that's like a, not a mantra, but it's like a saying to myself, kind of. Like, you know, when in doubt, just try it. Just be like, what if I do it anyway? And then maybe just enough here so that we can still see like the lines and the things poking out. Maybe there's even some other buildings turning the corner here. Like that. Just trying to sketch out the perspective. I think that looks good. Doesn't that? And we can still carry over this these colors. So we can get some of these bright colors in here. And it can, so the sun can bounce from here, boom, and bounce into there. And so this part, we can get lots and lots of bright colors. I think that's good. And then, yeah, and then the bounces in here. We go bing, bang, boom, and then just like that. Maybe this one we could do like a bit more red because we like our red. I don't know if this will look good though. A bit more red, very saturated. Lots of saturated colors in here. A little bit, I don't know, maybe that's too red. We can figure out the color in a moment. Not painting directly from a photo makes this hard with some of the color choices. I don't want to. I'm afraid of going a little too bold right now. But okay, now let's sketch in. So I want this to be roughly the top of the building. Maybe. Yeah, I feel like I do want that to be the top of the building. And so if that's the top, I'm just gonna pick a size and be like, this is the size, right? And then this line here will be the center line, which means we will go back to our perspective, our eye level right here. So basically that line. So I've already had that one drawn. Sorry, if this is getting confusing, I'm just trying to sketch in some basic landmarks for what I want to do. And so I want this building to be half the height of this one, so that they're roughly the same size. And so I want this to be like where the midpoint is, or the awning. So if I have like a ledge here, this is where that edge is, right? And if there's a second story, that story will start up here. Stuff like that. Love all the purple. Thank you, Ghost Kid. I appreciate it. I like it. It probably won't stay this purple. I'll probably end up putting more blues in here, different things. But I am gonna try. Maybe down here we can go a bit more red. That doesn't look red. That doesn't look red either. That looks red. I want it dark, though. I do want this stuff to be, like, I don't know. Color-wise, it's going to be tricky a bit, but we'll get it. Sorry, I keep flipping the canvas. I'm probably making people dizzy. Okay. I'm going to block out some stuff. Some more sketching. A lot more sketching than I'm probably going to be used to. I'm trying to think. I have some references here for, like, general buildings, but they're all different because every building is connected in a different way. And so I'm trying to think, like, how do I'm trying to think, like, I mean, I think we want a big building here, right? So maybe, like, a big window. Something like that, right? So I'm just putting in some random colors. And then here we'll probably end up making this a separate color building. And then maybe this one will have, I don't know, I mean, we'll want these, we'll also want these lines to match, right? Maybe this one has, like, slotted windows or something, right? We could do, like, maybe have a different color. Here, let me just put a little dot here on a separate layer. Just to make sure that this is where all of my lines are going to. Oh, not that one. Oh, that wasn't on the same layer. Hold on. Sometimes when I'm doing perspective, random lines I'll forget that are going in the correct direction. Okay, let me save. It took forever to find these because I don't know the name, the style name. I had no idea how much the architectural landscape space has been taken over by AI images. But these buildings... Oh, I clicked on the thing without even reading what you said. That came to mind from your thumbnail, but I get if you're going a different direction. Yeah, I'm not going that fancy. I think I'm trying to channel a little bit more of my Nathan Falks here and go color parade. Yeah, basically embracing this kind of image that I have on screen. Just color parade, lots of different images. You know, if you zoom in, you have, you know, some with these big windows like that are different styles. A lot of these little I don't know what you call them. I'm calling them buckets. But these little cutouts where the roofs are like, this roof goes up higher than this roof and you have a little balcony here. They're balconies, I guess, not buckets. But all these little cutout balconies, I like that. I think there's a lot of cool stuff. Like this, for example, this little balcony. Everything's very blocky, but there's a lot of, like, offsets. So, like, this building sticks out from that building, which sticks out from this building at a different angle. And, like, everything sticks out. Nothing is perfectly even. And I want to get some of that, right? So I'm going to put some of that here, and I'll have stuff stick out. You know, this one might be set inward a bit. You know, maybe there will be, like, a bucket, not a balcony here or something, making some interesting shapes. I think there's a lot of room to play with some really fun negative spaces. And also the colors, having that light come in, there's going to be a lot of room to do some really cool stuff. So yeah, that's kind of... I've been really enjoying his color, just color sketches, mood painting kind of thing, where he's doing a lot of very painterly loose stuff. I've really been enjoying it. He's been posting like daily on Instagram, and it's pretty awesome. Uh, like they're just little like doses of inspiration of like they're so loose, so painterly, just they're great. They really hit the spot. His colors and lighting are amazing. You know, they are, but I'm always trying to be a contrarian. Not always, but I find myself doing this. He does have amazing colors, and I mean that's literally his job a lot of times is doing mood and lighting. But I will say I think there are a lot of other artists who give him a run for his money when it comes to colors. However, I think his brushwork is phenomenal in his very loose painterly stuff. Uh, his brushwork, I feel don't get me wrong, his colors are great, right? His colors are phenomenal, but his brushwork is equally impressive in a lot of his looser sketches. He has just the right. I mean, he's keeping it extremely loose. Um, but I feel like they're kind of lifting. Yeah. His brushwork's lifting the colors up. Yeah. I mean, look, I when you said you're definitely a contrarian, yeah. I mean, I'm not doing it just to be contrarian. I genuinely think there's oftentimes like nuance, like to hold him up as like a color goat or something. Like yeah, he's great, but also I think what's not talked about is sometimes these like other things like his brushwork. I think he puts a lot of care into it, and I mean he was actually even saying that he was focusing on brushwork, but like he's so good at colors that it's hard not to be like, oh, but it's the colors. Um, I do agree that some of his tighter work for film VizDev isn't as strong as some other visual VizDev artist work on first read. Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I don't think he's like way below them or anything. I would argue he's up there with the best, really, but or at least that I'm aware of. I haven't seen all of them, but I think for me, what makes his looser stuff stand out is that like he keeps the good color stuff. Ooh, what if I do this? But yeah, he's keeping the good color stuff, but the brushwork is like elevating it. I don't know. That's my take on it. Maybe that's a hot take. Maybe it's not at all. Um, yeah, I don't know. No, I think he's on par, but maybe other artists specialize in some areas. Oh yeah, for sure. And of course, the work that we see of his is like oftentimes it is specialized, and so it's to me that's also a hard thing to judge. Like I don't like judging if this works better, this artist is better than this one, or this work is better. Like it kind of depends on what it's for. And we kind of talked about this before, right? Like a big studio might be super focused, like super specialized in like who's doing what. And so if he's just doing like a color key, or if he's just doing a thing, he just might not be focused on the other stuff. It doesn't mean that he's not as good. Like you just don't know, right? Like it's hard to know because some small studios you're trying to wear all the hats, and so you're trying to do everything all at once or something. And others you might be just wearing one hat, very focused and narrow, and I don't know. I think it can be really hard to judge like that because we don't always know why exactly what it was for. Although he is pretty upfront about what most of it was for, so maybe we do literally know what it was for. I don't know, but he's definitely good. I really enjoy his work a lot. Definitely an inspiration. I'm trying to get these like things to read. So like here's a bit of light coming down. Actually, I can probably just go all the way down. But then we also get these grays and different colors and bounces and shenanigans. I don't know. All this stuff. Or do we want this to be tall? Nah, we don't need that to be taller. I'm still not sure what's happening in this foreground area. I have actually no idea. All I know is it's extremely condensed and compressed, and there's no way I'm going to get good information in here. So it's more about... Yeah, I don't even know what it's about, honestly. Okay. Ooh, that makes sense, because I've been told I'm good at color, but I think my crummy brushwork is what holds me back from looking more pro. Ghost Kid, I kind of agree with me, anyway. I think that's a big... I mean, I'm always hesitant to attribute brushwork to why something is bad, because I do think brushwork is one of those things where it's not as important as a lot of other things. And so I hate being like, this little thing is the reason. This is the reason. But I feel you, because my brushwork sucks. So I totally get it. And yeah, I think if I had stronger, all my other fundamentals were stronger, I think it probably wouldn't matter as much. But I do also think my brushwork is pretty weak, and if that were stronger, then it would be obvious. So yeah, it's yeah, a little bit of everything. Okay, what kind of brushes? I should know this. What kind of a lot of cacti, I would imagine. Lots of cacti, shrubby little plants with lots of little sticks and twigs, and probably lots of grasses. Wheat grasses and stuff. I like... Okay, Sarah says, like, it's kind of how I'm doing some of the vehicle designs for DW right now. For DreamWorks right now. I'm not specialized in vehicles at all, and even outside of vehicles, there are like thousands of other artists more skilled and more experienced than me. But I happen to work in a style they liked for the particular project, and I was available, and I imagine it probably has something to do with the fact that I'm cheaper as someone with only 3 years experience. Fair enough. Yeah. I think bringing a messy sketch to a more polished final, even if that final is still rough, definitely an important piece of puzzle. Yeah. Also, I would imagine there's a lot of, maybe not a lot, but there's probably a bit of, I mean, I don't want to call it a gamble, but from their perspective, a gamble or an investment. Like, hey, you are showing good promise, and we think that you will be super good in like a few years' time if you keep working with them. And like, maybe like it would be a shame if they passed you up or something. Like, I could see them thinking like, because like everybody's gonna be probably start a little like rougher, right? When you start for a company you've never worked for, doing a thing you've never done, and a pipeline that you isn't exactly like theirs, ever so slightly different in how they communicate. Like, things are gonna be different, and so I could see them taking a bit of like an investment. I hope that's what they were thinking. Yeah, and like, I mean, they obviously thought you were good enough to hire, so yeah, that's cool. I think that's awesome. And yeah, I'm still super happy for you. I think that's just cool. I think bringing a messy sketch to a more polished final, even if that final is rough, is definitely an important piece of the puzzle. I still struggle with that. Same. Polished is my nemesis. Sarah says, like, I can start very methodically and end up with pretty polished result that still has some nice looseness, but I struggle going the other way around. Sketching roughly and freely and then cleaning up. Yeah, you know what's funny? So do you know the artist Illustrator? He streams, and I like to shout him out because I use his brushes, or I used to a lot. We actually had this conversation once because we both paint in a similar way, which is, we start very big and broad strokes, so quite loose. Here, let me show his work. His work is just gorgeous. I find his work gorgeous. Very, you can tell he likes clouds, but he paints just very loose stuff. Lots of, you can probably see some of my, I feel like he's influenced me a bit. Anyway, I really like his work. Really gorgeous stuff. But so we were having a conversation once where he was basically saying, like, he didn't like the way how hard edge brushes I used at the start. And I was like, I don't know how you paint so soft, because the hard edges for me help me see the shapes, right? If I want to make a square, can you see that? Is that on screen? Yeah. So if I wanted to make, here, I'll shout out his, he streams, but I don't know if he still streams. Let me shout him out. Shout out Zillustrator. But anyway, so here, let me give you an example. Let me open up a file. Let me just open up, nope, not that. Just come on, template. Here we go. Well, he starts, I mean, he gets into detail, but he hardens stuff up, but he'll start with like a brush like this kind of, and everything is just very, almost like an airbrush. Or here's another one of his brushes. These are only the ones that I liked, which are actually the harder of the brushes. He'll start with like this brush, and like he'll literally paint very, very loose and airy and light, and he won't have like, it's like, if I want to make a square, like, that's not a square, right? Like, to me, I need the hard edges. He starts like literal soft airbrushy. He actually uses a lot of airbrush in his early sketches, and then he slowly brings it in, kind of like you were saying. He'll add the little bits of hard edges where he thinks he needs it. Yeah, and then he'll come in and he'll be like, if he's painting like a tree or a house or something, he might come in. I don't even think he uses the lasso tool, but he might add a tiny bit of hard edge, but then everything else will be soft edge, right? And so he's very selective with where he puts his hard edges. Whereas me, I start with a literal hard edge brush, and then I come in, I'm like, oh, let's soften this edge up, right? And so I'll be like, let's add some softness. And so even though I'm starting loose, quote unquote loose, right? It's still very messy. There's shapes being defined, right? I'm very shape oriented, whereas I don't know how he does it. I'm at a loss. Like, I think it's mostly just value, big shape. I mean, he still does shapes, but he'll do stuff. I mean, I'm trying to channel my inner Zilly. I hope he's lurking right now. That would be funny. I doubt it, but like, I also think I'm not using his brushes the way he intended. But he'll do stuff like this where it's even more vibey than, if he wants to make like a big landscape, he'll start like this or something where it's just very, very vibey, lots of the mood painting. He'll be like, oh, here's this thing, and then he'll figure out where he wants stuff. And it is nice. It's a nice way to do it, but man, is it hard for me. But to get to my point, I'm getting a lot better at this. I think this is a skill issue on my part, because I mean, I know he's super skilled. But I am getting to the point where I can paint like this a heck of a lot better than I could 2-3 years ago. So some of it is, I think it's just becoming more like comfortable with like maybe like more color mixing and figuring out like more of the right colors that I want and values that I want initially. There's a lot less like playing around with it. If I know that if I want a dark shadow, I can pick the right darkness kind of, or my saturation is, so I can allow my colors to mix a bit more. Whereas before, I need a little bit more of that control, because I have to like ease into exactly what I want. Because even something like this is now starting to, it's starting to look kind of nice. But like, yeah, if I wanted a hard edge, now I'd have to go in and like, pick out where I want my hard edges or something. But anyway. So yeah, I really enjoy his stuff, and I think it was interesting that you brought that up though, with like starting loose and then getting more refined, because I'm like this weird middle ground. Like process wise, I do start loose, but brush wise, I'm kind of on the least loose of all the brushes, which is just like a solid hard brush. I mean, I do use texture, but anyway. So yeah, I think that's an interesting thought for me anyway, because I am getting better. Well, I'm getting better, but I'm also just getting better at sort of being a little bit more loose. But even then, like this brush is very hard edge, right? Uh, I also think, and this is, maybe to my credit, I don't want to sound egotistical here, but I think also the subject matter matters a lot. He actually said that I think once he doesn't like painting things like architecture and stuff like that because it's very hard edge, and he doesn't like to start that way. And I think I do like that stuff. I like the more rigid structures. I like to paint, here is a house. I'm not amazing at it. I still think I'm better at the non-structural stuff, but I do like the subject, and I think maybe that lends itself to the brushes that I'm using. I like the brushes that have both hard and soft edges, so I can pick and choose when I'm painting without having to switch brushes. I also cannot recommend the Wacom Art Pen enough. Okay, yeah, he recommends that too. Being able to rotate the brush is so helpful. I wish it was standard across all tablets. I might have to invest in it, because I do like a painterly look, and it sounds like it's just super amazing. Not many people seem to have it, so it's one of those things where maybe it just doesn't get talked about enough. Maybe there's like a slight taboo of talking about the tools that we're using, which I think there is, and kind of for good reason. I like that there's a bit of a taboo about it, because I think otherwise it's easy to over focus on quite frankly unnecessary stuff. But what about little stickouts like this? I asked. Okay, let's see. You asked for it for Christmas after Kalen Chalk recommended it and explained how you use it. Who's Kalen? I don't know who Kalen Chalk is. Let me Google that name. You didn't know the art pen is a thing? Yeah, apparently it's amazing. I've never used it, but Kalen Chalk. Let me take a look. We're gonna do the Googling. Ooh, okay. Is this him? Probably. What does he have in here? Ooh, lots of texturing. He's very varied. Lots of 3D, lots of thumbnails. Very production art focused. Probably knows his stuff. Probably knows his production pipeline. Apparently, footballer maybe. Nice. When are these from? How far back are we already? Oh, 2022? Okay, this is a couple years ago. Yeah. Oh, he has nice stuff. I like his work. This probably isn't doing it justice, because this kind of thing is hard to like. It doesn't look as beautiful at first glance as like people who have more curated uh Instagrams. He posts so much about sports on Twitter. Yeah, I gosh, I don't like sports really. I do like video game sports though, so does that count? But I don't typically get super into it. Sometimes I get caught up in like silly internet drama because I see someone on the internet say something stupid and I feel compelled to like argue with them. So I do like internet arguing. Um but yeah, I don't typically make posts on Twitter about it, because I still in my brain I associate um I associate Twitter with art, and so I don't really want to. Yeah, I don't want to like blur that line too much because then people who follow me are like, "What the heck are you posting? Why am I following you?" And then I don't know. I shouldn't worry, especially on Twitter. I think Twitter, if you follow me on Twitter, you will probably see that in the next coming years or so, my Twitter content will get progressively more uh, garbage because I will be more open to posting the garbage that I want to post and, chime in AI talk or like, or anti-AI talk, I should say, or like a chess thing that I might respond to. Like, you'll probably see me posting more non-art stuff on Twitter, and then Blue Sky will be reserved for more Twitter stuff. That's my guess. So if anybody doesn't like certain stuff, follow me on Blue Sky is what I'm saying. That was all a really long plug. He mostly does production stuff. Yeah, I mean, I imagine if you're doing art all day as your job and like you have a family and like people you care about and people who care about you and like you know, I, I am. I think if I had a full-time job doing art, I don't know if I would do personal art. I don't. I mean, I might. I probably would for like personal projects and like, hey, I want to make a Christmas card this year. Or I want to do like I would still do some, but I don't know. I this I was gonna use the word broken. I don't. I always joke like, oh, I wonder if I'm broken, but I obviously don't think so. But sometimes I do wonder because people not about that, but like a lot of people are like, oh, if you're an artist, you gotta, you've gotta make art. It's like a part of your soul. I don't know, man. I think I could just like, if I did something that was fulfilling in some way, I don't think I have to. I don't think I have that drive. Your Twitch page doesn't link to your Blue Sky yet. Uh-oh. There we go. And also, if you're on, I am also streaming on YouTube, but I was just gonna point out, if you see me type stupid commands on YouTube, that's because they don't work on YouTube, but I'm putting them on both, so I should probably not have been doing that. Let's do I have a YouTube? I do have a YouTube. There we go. I'm currently live on YouTube. Hello, YouTubes. And then this could be another color. I want to... What color do I make these doors? Like, I want it to feel eclectic. Is that the word? That is a word. That's not the right word that I'm using, though. I'm trying to think, like, maybe like a pink. I want it to feel like there's lots of colors. I guess I could just start color blobbing. I don't want it too warm, though. But I do want variations of value. That's what I really want. Variations of value is going to be the most important thing. So like maybe a light blue over here to like represent a white. Without accidentally going like red, white, blue or something. I've got to be careful to like not do something stupid. And like, this is like the when you try to paint things in random and you accidentally space them all out. I just saw you in Washington. Cool, me too. Nice. Washingtonians. I think if I got freely travel in the world and just see beautiful places, I could do that for years without feeling the need to make art. But I would still probably need to scratch the itch. Well, the question is, would commercial art fill that itch in any way? Like, if you're constantly researching things or referencing things or, like, there are some jobs, like, when they're doing research stage, like, I've heard of, like, was it the Moana team was literally like they flew to Hawaii just to like chill for like a week. Obviously they were working, but it was kind of like experience things, go out and have fun and experience some culture and stuff and like talk to people and just basically soak it in. It was like, I don't know if it was a week, maybe I'm making that up, but it was like a while. And I still like world building and stuff or personal projects. I don't think it worked. work stuff. The How to Train Your Two Dragon team went to Norway to study the fjords, I think. That's the dream. Yeah, so like would that scratch the itch? Like I guess that's sorry, not production, pre-production. Let me clarify. Pre-production art, where you're still doing a lot of the concepting, you're figuring things out, you're researching, you're maybe writing, I don't know. But like that would be a dream, right? And would that would surely scratch some itch of like, yeah, gosh, I wish I had a job that would pay me to travel. My goodness. I want to travel. I love traveling. It's just expensive as heck and I can't afford it. Please pay me to travel. I don't have, a family, so it's not like it's a burden to like, oh, I am not available these days because of whatever. Nope, no plans. Just send me on my merry way. I'll be happy. They used to do that a lot for the Knights. Yeah, I think they still do it now. Especially I feel like, I don't know how common it is, but I almost, what's funny? I would almost imagine it would be more common now. Simply because if you get stuff wrong, you kind of have to answer to the Twitter mob. Like, there's sort of like people will find the controversies, and so you want to do your due diligence. And I think that's what I don't know if maybe the news articles I've read or the things that I've read were coming from that angle. Was like, we don't want to screw up Hawaiian culture, so we're gonna go and make sure that we study it, right? Or put ourselves there. And we're going to contact all the locals. We're going to get all the help we can get for people who know Hawaiian stuff, right? Or if they're doing a movie based in, South America, they're going to get the locals to chip in. They're going to have people on the teams from those places because they want to get it right. And so there's even more incentive to go. Obviously, there is incentive enough initially, which is just you want to make good work. And so that's part of a good process. But nowadays, I feel like there's even more incentive. I don't know if the money is lines up with that. Maybe they're trying to skimp and they don't do those. But I feel like we're very aware of that culturally, of like, we want to get this stuff right. So I don't know. I'd be curious to. I would be curious. Seeing things in person is legit so valuable. Oh, I totally agree. Like in school, I was trying to do a project with basically Philly architecture, but I didn't know it was Philly architecture, so I was struggling so much to find the right refs online from various cities. And now, here all the time, I have a much better innate understanding of how buildings are put together. And yeah, I think architecture is a weird one too, because sometimes what we even think of like medieval architecture, like how do you reference that? You go to a town that is still standing from the Middle Ages. Well, there's been new buildings, like not all of, even the most medieval town is still extremely modern. And like you might get some old buildings that have been refurbished and like, but then they're mixed with every building from then till now. So you have like a history of all of the new stuff, the old stuff mixed in, and it's like, are you trying to get the vibe of like today's towns that happen to be, and so I think it's hard. Like, if you're trying to capture the essence of a place, I think it's easier, which is go there and just like more or less paint the things you see and like capture that, because there's sort of like, there's a lot of pattern recognition, right? It's not just like this building is Philly architecture. No. Philly architecture is all of the buildings when you take it in as a whole, and like that's what you see, right? I think that's hard. It's hard to like, yeah, like you said, you can't just look at all the iconic buildings because that's not what it feels like to be there, right? Like I showed earlier when I took it, I typed in, what did I type in? the city name, right? I typed in the city name of a location, Guanajuato, Mexico. And when I typed it in, it just gave me the iconic buildings of the city. It gave me, like, here's our big church that everybody photographs. That's not what the city looks like. Like, maybe, but like if you wander down the alleys, that's what it's going to look like. And it is hard to find those. And when you do find them, you don't know in what proportion. Street view, yeah, street view is a super important thing, though. Yeah. Well, that's what I was getting at. Is I think all architecture is a blend of so many things. And so if you want to know what a place is like, it's not about taking the individual architectures. It's there's an experience there that colors it kind of. And I think it's really tough. I think it's hard to articulate. It's hard to see in a Google image because again, you could find two identical buildings, one in Europe and one in Philly, and they might look identical, but the buildings next to them don't look identical, right? And you might be able to find a building that looks identical to the one next to it also, but it's in a different location and it connects in different ways and there's different hills and like it's sort of a it definitely there's something about being at a place that's very different. You're soaking in all that information and you're connecting dots and forming patterns that is very different, I think. So yeah, no, yeah, I think traveling is so valuable. I mean, I have not traveled much. The only time I've really traveled was in high school as a short-term foreign exchange student. And then just 2 years ago to Austria. And honestly, both times, I more so the second time probably because I was already doing art at the time. But even in Japan, I remember I had like an assignment from one of my teachers in high school. She said, I'm not going to give you homework. Just enjoy it. She was super kind. She's like, I'm not going to give you homework. Just enjoy it. But the only assignment that you really have will be keep a journal. And she's like, I'm more doing this because I want you're going to thank me, but that will be the assignment. Write a journal every night before you go to bed. Just write down something you saw or did, and that's it. And I'm glad that I did it because now I have it, right? I have like a log book of what I did. So that was cool. Admittedly, my journaling skills sucked and I recorded stupid stuff, but whatever. But yeah, you had a study abroad trip scheduled in college, but it got canceled due to COVID. Oof. We were gonna go to Thailand and Cambodia. Ooh, that would have been cool. Yeah, I was gonna. Speaking of canceled trips, I'm still. This is like not the peaked in high school story, but pretty dang close. I I was gonna go. I was gonna be a year-long exchange student in Japan, and I was all signed up to go. I had like I basically was packed, and they canceled it on us. For some like first it was for a so it was after I had went for it for I first went for 3 weeks or yeah 3 weeks, so not quite a month. So I went for 3 weeks. I loved it. I met a bunch of people there. The people were like, hey, we'd love to have you back. I'm like, I want to go back. And they're like, by the way, our government will pay for you. So that was our government, the US government. If it was just like they never talked about it, but like they had this program that was open and ongoing, but nobody ever took them up on the deal. I'm like, who wouldn't want to go to Japan for a year? I'm like, me, please. And they're like, all right, great. And so they tried to find students in Japan, and they did or something. And like everything was set. Everything was ready to like. I might have even had a host family. I don't even remember. I don't think they had announced it yet. If I did have one, so I didn't know who they were. But like everything was set, except there was some argument of like the school district wanting it to be a true exchange, a whole year. Yeah, it was going to be a whole year, and then they canceled. I was so bummed because I had already gotten a taste of it. I had already been there for 3 weeks, and I'm like, I want to go back. And I'm like, I don't care if I have to go back and miss a year of high school. Who cares? Oh my gosh, it would have been life-changing. I don't think I would be in the same place I am now if I would have done that. I don't know where I would have been because admittedly, I think I went into college too soon. Um, I feel like I was still developing, understanding myself, trying to learn stuff, and I think I would have learned so much about that in Japan. And I think, yeah, it sucks. And I'm still bummed, and it's been a long time. But like, yeah, I don't know. It would have been super cool. That's okay. And then I went to university instead. You know, on time, I should say, not instead. I probably would have gone to university anyway. But then I was for a degree that I never used, and so that kind of sucks. Like, you know, it's kind of a bummer when like a thing happened and then the thing as a result of happens kind of sucked, and you're like, well, shoot, that's the thing. Also, let's stagger these. These buildings should be staggered. Let's put some dark shapes up here. I wasn't painting very quickly on this, so now I'm going to try to paint and talk better. Ghost Kid says, I traveled a lot when I was younger. It might be the autism, but I'm so uncomfortable and overwhelmed when being in places in person that it's hard for me to soak it in until I look at the photos I took later. I took over 9,000 pictures on a 2-week trip in Japan in 2009. Dang, 9,000 pics. I took probably 50 pictures. No, I probably took 150 pictures, and half of them had my finger in front of the lens because I was on disposable cameras, and apparently I didn't know how to hold a camera. So I would hold it. Here, let me find a picture of a camera. I didn't know it when taking it because the thing that you see through is not the thing taking the photo. So I would point it and I would see clearly, but my finger would be in front. Oh my gosh, here, maybe I can draw it. It was so stupid. I'm just gonna draw right in the sky up here. So, how do I do this? So here's the camera. This is from the front view. You have your eyepiece, or whatever, you look through it, and then this is where it takes the photo, right? So here's the thing, this is the light, right? You click the little thingy up here, and so, no, let's say I click it, and this is going to be in reverse, so let's do this. You click it over here, so I would hold it like this, with my thumb up here, ready to snap the button, right? Well, my finger was in the way. I had so many wasted photos because I was holding my stupid camera the wrong way. The boomer finger. Well, I don't do it anymore. I had never used a disposable camera in my life until that trip, right? It was like, my mom was like, here, take these cameras. You're gonna need them. I'm like, oh, great. I'm gonna take photos. And, you know, it was like, wasn't excited about photography. I just thought it would be a good idea. And so, you know, 15-year-old me was snapping photos with the boomer finger in front of the lens. And so, yeah, I have my finger in front of half of them. It's so stupid. I don't even know what photos I didn't take properly because they're all just black. Some of them have, like, a bit of finger in front of it. And, like, 80% of the thing is covered. And, like, I don't know what these are of. So stupid. So dumb. I kick my, I mean, you know, it's a memory though, you know, I can look back and tell that story. Yeah, it's an understandable mistake. Again, I had never taken a photo before. I didn't know. I was holding the camera and snapping like I thought I was supposed to. What I saw through the eye finder or the, you know, the lens, whatever, the viewfinder wasn't the thing that the photo was, which I didn't realize at the time. You had a disposable camera on a couple of field trips when I was little? Yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of I mean, I'm not really bummed out about it at all. It's just, I mean, not really. It's one of those things, it's funny. It's funny to look back on. Gonna make some little cobblestone things. I'm normally not a big detail person, but in this stage of the painting, I'm trying to just sketch in indications of detail, even if I'm not actually drawing the detail itself. So some like patterns here for the bricks. And then maybe some like more windows. Wait, you can't. No, you can see through the viewfinder, but that's not the photo that it takes. So whatever you see through the viewfinder is not the image that you're taking, because the lens is not the viewfinder. And so if your hand is covering the lens, you still see through it, right? So in theory, I mean, again, if it had like a lens cap, it didn't because it was a disposable camera. But let's pretend it had a lens cap, right? You would still look through the viewfinder and you would still see an image because you're not seeing through the lens. Yeah. No, you're looking. Yeah, so the disposable cameras I had was literally just like a viewfinder, and then you're not looking through the lens. You're looking through like a little hole in it because it's a piece of crap plastic disposable camera. And so this is where the light's coming from, right? This is where the image is, right? The image that you see of, mountains and rolling hills. But this is where you're seeing. So you could, in theory, put a tape over this and you'd still see the image through here. And so I didn't know that my finger was covering it. I was looking through it and I'm like, oh, it looks good. But no, my finger was I was holding it like this. So my finger was halfway through the image. So all of my images have big dark spots here where my fingers are sitting there. I assumed some mirrors inside bounds. Well, maybe they probably do now. I don't know how digital cameras are now, but back then it wasn't. It's just vaguely the same thing, and it works well enough. But I didn't know that. Again, now I do. I learned, right? Lesson learned. Should probably use your tools before you set out on an adventure. Put up your tent and make sure it's functional and it has all the pieces before you go camping, right? Sleep in your sleeping bag once at home before you sleep in a sleeping bag to make sure you're not allergic to it or something unseen. Like, stuff like that. Put your hiking boots on before you go on a hike. That stuff. So I didn't think about it. I should have tested all of my equipment before, done a trial run. But I mean, it's, live and learn, as they say. Yeah, you thought it took what the lens. Yeah, I mean, I think cameras do these days, and maybe they did back then. Maybe I got the cheapo, Walmart brand disposable cameras. I don't know. I didn't even buy them. I think my parents bought them. They're like, here, take these. This place feels devoid of life. I think what I'm gonna do is add little lamps. Lamps here. Maybe I'm looking at my reference. I guess power lines. Do I want power lines in here? I mean, we could maybe put some. Power lines. I don't like power lines, but we could maybe do some like this. Just kind of putting them from places to places without really knowing where they're going. Buildings could have some windows. True. Yeah, probably lots of windows. Yeah, good point. Kind of forgetting the basics, aren't I? Some windows back here. Maybe some windows up here. Some big tubular windows. Like here. That could be a window. This could be a window. No windows makes it feel more like a back alley. True. That's the main reason Philly buildings look interesting. They have lots of windows, and the windows have interesting molding and shutters and stuff. Oh, true. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. That's always... It's cool to distinguish some of those features, you know? Architecture is something that I've always really liked. Yeah, I've always liked architecture. I've never gotten super deep into it. I've always found it hard to learn, and I think part of it is for that reason I was just talking about, which is you can't just say I want to learn about, you know, European architecture and then you can't just look at the stuff that exists because there's a history, and you need to know the history of it because the new stuff is coming in, and it all mixes, and you get all these different influences, and like you might go to a European city and look at a building and it's actually inspired from American skyscrapers, right? I remember that because when I was in Vienna, there was like one street that basically looked like a different city. It was these like shiny glass tall buildings, and everything else was like these old stone buildings, super intricate and nice. And then you have like one weird street that is out of place and like skyscrapers with like looks like, you know, New York or something. Like, what in the world? Like, it's just, you know, if you were to not know what you're doing, like you could think, oh well, that's the city, that's Vienna, you know, those are Viennese buildings, obviously. Well, no, they're not. They're clearly inspired by other things, and there's a history. And I feel like architecture is tricky because I heard about a book called How to Read Architecture that's supposed to be helpful crash course. I need to get it. Ooh, let me write that down. That sounds... I'm learning so much. How to read architecture. Let me just make a new text document. How to read architecture book. That way I remember it's a book. And I know what I'm... Okay, there we go. All right. Folder document made. That's my note-keeping skills right there. Just kidding. For stream it is. OMG, it's always so funny seeing very European architecture in like Chinese cities. Yeah, it's interesting. And you know, it makes sense because architecture is so like influenced, and there's a lot of like when that much money is put in places, there's a lot of like statements being made. You know, these Europeans, they know what's up, we want to imitate them. Or, you know, these Chinese are very cultured and we want to bring some of that into our place to make it more lively. Or like, ooh, these new building materials, we don't want to fall behind you know, the curve on like building technologies. So we've got to keep up with those Americans. And so then skyscrapers are constructed, and you know, it's like there's kind of an arms... I feel like I could be wrong, but there's a little bit of like an arms race with architecture, and like everyone is influenced by each other, but like because the money's there, you know, people are putting so much money in these buildings that they're sort of statements and stuff. It's kind of interesting. I'm sure there's some really fascinating books about it. I would like to know more. Recriner says, I can't really judge. I have 3 post-its on your wall with book titles on them. I just started reading a book by Maria Konnikova. I think I've read like 3 of her books now. She's a psychologist turned poker pro. Back to psychology, I think. I think she had like a short stint of being a literal like a professional poker player, and like I don't know if she actually like got really good and like was, yeah, literally just professional poker player. And yeah, so she went through like the whole thing and sort of talked about like her process of I don't know, it's just very interesting having like insights and like sort of science-backed insights into various things. It's not about poker, but it's about psychology. But anyway, the book I'm reading now has nothing to do with that. It's about like um, basically like using the scientific method in like day-to-day life, kind of like Sherlock Holmesy type stuff, but not really. And it's kind of fun. It's a fun read with a bit of science behind it. I only just started today. I don't even know what it's called. It's called... I don't know what it's called. I have no idea what the book is called, actually. I just saw that it was free in my library, and I didn't have to wait, and it was by her, and I'm like, oh, I've read this author. I know that she writes good stuff. So yeah. Putting so much money into the Guinness World Record buildings instead of just investing in local communities and mixed-use cities, pretty much. Or like using the cheapest possible construction materials for new apartment complex and then selling it as a luxury apartment. Yeah. Yeah, I mean if you see luxury apartments in air quotes on, TV, on reality shows, and you can build something the same and brand that as like, the ideal American resort or something, the perfect place to stay when you travel abroad. You're coming to Europe, stay in our luxury resort or luxury hotel. Like, and it'll be familiar, it'll look like this American place, and like, okay, so one company is gonna cash in on like the touristy stuff, right? And then another company's like, well, we're gonna do the same thing. And like pretty soon you get this weird hodgepodge, and it's interesting. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna paint with some texture here. And this texture is gonna be like stucco. I don't know if this is gonna look like stucco, but does that look like stucco? I don't, not really. But I'm just trying to make little dimples and stuff, little lines, dots. It's not really supposed to be a texture study. I hate reading, so I'm really hoping the architecture book is mostly pictures and captions. I kind of was the same until I discovered audiobooks, and not just discovered audiobooks that they exist, but discovered situations in which I can listen to audiobooks without feeling like I want to rip my hair out. And that was honestly side job, non-art job, mindless stuff that is yeah. So that's I think if I didn't have my quote unquote day job or night job, depending on how you want to define it, I don't think I would I wouldn't read books as much because I don't really like reading paper books. Let's put some lighting over here. Just some bounce light stuff, some warmth in here, some variation, some Marco Bucci-esque paint strokes where we take these and shift the hue into the warms a little bit. And then we shift them around we wiggle that color picker all around. Shift it up, maybe some reds. We don't want to go too bright though. I do want to keep it relatively the same hue. Still need some more windows. Yeah, I'm not liking this. There's just something about it, I am wondering, would that be okay if I did this? Not really, that's ugly. This looks like one of those old oil paintings that is like horrible perspective. Where you look at it and you're like, this artist clearly existed in a time before perspective was well understood. That's what this painting reminds me of. Is that too harsh? It's not obvious that there's meant to be a hill. Yeah, I don't think it is obvious. Yeah, hill. Yeah, I don't. Okay, it's not obvious. Yeah, I don't think it is. I think also these structures down here aren't extending to the ground. That could be a problem. Yeah, I don't know if it's obvious there's a hill. I mean, I'm trying. Maybe some more contours here. Just some lines going that way. We could even put... we could put people down here. Where there's an actual, like, thing where you can't... You know, their legs are disappearing. And then if we put people up here... I don't want to put a person up here. I don't really want people in this painting. I haven't seen many tutorials on hill perspective. Yeah, hills are... So, the general rule, as far as I'm aware, of... I don't know the best way to teach perspective, but typically, my crash course in perspective is anytime you're drawing an object above or below your eyeline. So, you know, if your eyeline is here, and you're going to draw a cube... Well, let's just draw a regular... You know, our case study cube, right? Here's our case study cube. Not case study, what do you call it? Control sample, right? Anytime you're going to tilt an object up or down, so not just move it, right? I'm not talking about just moving it up here, right? We're not doing that, right? That would look like this or something, right? Where our, you know, our perspective is going there. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actually tilting the object upward. So when you do that, when you tilt an object upward, what you're doing is moving one of the vanishing points upward, right? So you're basically... That is now... It's almost as if you were... Instead, if you imagined yourself rotating, it would be now like you're looking up here, or this is now the eyeline. So that's what rotates something. Same thing if you want to paint something that's angling downhill, right? You will paint it like this. I'm kind of exaggerating these a little bit, but right, something like that, where these are now connecting down here. So now it's looking like this is tilted away from us. So that's what a hill is. A hill is you're taking the vanishing point and you're shifting it downward. And of course, where do these go? That's another question. I don't freaking know. I mean, normally these were straight and now they're not straight. But you could probably you could probably get away if you wanted to force perspective by just have them like that. Well, yeah, they would be narrowed. But I don't exactly know how to figure out where these go. But the idea is that, yeah, you're shifting something up or down. And so by doing that, so like if you want to draw a road, for example, and sometimes one of the tricky things is the illusion doesn't land if you don't have other stuff, right? So for example, if here's my eyeline, I'm going to draw it up here this time, and you want to draw some buildings. So let's say this is, you know, everything's just going to be vanishing to here, right? So I'm just going to draw some buildings in. Here's some random stuff. Okay, some random buildings. If I wanted something, a hill going down here, maybe these buildings are way down on a hill. Well, what you have to do is now you're just going to take the point basically bring it down, and I'm going to draw a hill. So the hill's going down. The lines aren't going down, right? You're not drawing the lines downward. The lines are still going upward. They're just vanishing here. And so now you could imagine, again, these buildings. So assuming that the buildings are level, they're still, the tops of them are still going to be flat up here, right? But the bases down will somewhere connect here. And where does this like thing go? Well, it's still going to go to your vanishing point up here, wherever, but not this hill. So you have all this extra section, this like triangle, the classic thing that you'll see buildings, you know, when they're staggered, they'll look like this, because these buildings will still go to the vanishing point, right? But the hill will not. So you can't measure this line to the vanishing point. If you do, it's going to go up. Well, sorry, this building's kind of crooked. Let's try to do it properly over here, right? If you just draw a line like this and say this building's going to go to that vanishing point, you have all of this gap that is floating. Well, that's where the buildings, you know, if you wanted to stagger your buildings, it would look like this, right? And you, well, okay, my this is a little silly, but actually it's not bad, right? Because now you get these little triangles. So if this were the foundation of the building, this would be the foundation here in hey, cultivate creativity. So the foundation would be in orange, right? This would be the orange stuff, these little triangular things, because the buildings still have to be level, right? They're level with our eyes, and where our eyes are up here. So that's how the hills work. And of course you can have curving hills, and you know, then you're curving in perspective, and maybe these buildings are, you know, rotating in perspective. But again, they're still going with your eye line because they're flat. They're level with your eyes, right? They're not tilted. They're just higher or lower than you are, right? You could have a building up here. It would still go towards your eye line because it is the roof is level. And so you could have, yeah, anyway. I don't know if this is a very good drawing. It's not, but hopefully that explains it. Excuse me, my eyes are up here. Exactly. I always think of that when I'm trying to draw buildings. I don't think it's funny. Eyes up here. But anyway, so these would be buildings, and then you could have, you know, stuff like that. Oh. Anyway, it's not drawn very well. This is confusing and crooked and weird and not very well drawn. But that's because I'm not being precise. But the general concept of pushing, like, when you skew an object in perspective, that's what's happening. You're shifting you're like drawing an extension of the vanishing point upward. That's all you're doing. Anyway, it's yeah. I think I have an example somewhere. Here, you guys can help me find it if you would be so kind as to find it in the folder. I don't even know if it's in here. Oh, it is right here. This is one where so this one actually I didn't do a very good job on. I kind of got this, I botched it a little bit similar, but this is kind of the same thing, right? Our eye line is somewhere over here. These lines should realistically be going like over here, right? Somewhere. I have them a little bit wonky. They're kind of going everywhere. These realistically should be going up here, right? And then this down here is another vanishing point for the hill. So these hills, you know, well, this one technically would go up here, right? As it curves, there's a vanishing point down here somewhere. This hill is turning, so the vanishing point's going to be like down here because it's still going. But this is still our eye line, right? Because this building is level, and so you get these like triangular shapes. Well, also I didn't really draw the triangular shape down here, but that's kind of what you get. So this building is like that, right? This is the square. And then this down here would be like another square. Like that, but we're seeing it's tilted relative to this one. If I were to draw a square not tilted, it would look like this. Right? So this is my tilted square, where we're seeing more of the top. This is the non-tilted square that's going to our outline. So that's kind of how I think about perspective downhill. I'm not good at it. I struggle with it. I gotta like logic my way through it. I still goof up. I forget to do things right. I mean, it's kind of a hot mess sometimes, but yeah. The black and white contrast with the neutral tone roofs scratch the human brain nicely somehow. Yeah, I think so. I like this painting of mine. I don't know if you're talking about this specifically or just in general. I love the like the Tudor home look with the white and dark, lots of contrast. Anyway, it's pretty cool. Ah, we're getting raided by Paninky Dinky. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody who's probably stuck in ads. But yeah, this one doesn't quite read, I think. Maybe it's because the... yeah, this one doesn't quite read as downhill, but it's okay. I tried to imply it by drawing the triangle, the hill triangle, but it's kind of being... I think maybe it would read better if we did this and didn't put a bush there. I think that bush makes it less clear. Maybe we'll put the bush... Anyway, how's it going, Paninky Dinky? Welcome, Raiders! Oh, I've been slouching for a while. It may not be Tudor. I don't know. It may not be Tudor. I don't know. I'm not an architect. You... Yeah. Okay, I probably got it wrong. It probably isn't Tudor. I thought it was. It might be something else. Gotcha. Hello, Joe in chat. Paninky Dinky, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How is everyone? How's it going? Welcome to the stream where we have been talking about perspective. We've been talking about architecture. We've been talking about we've covered a lot of topics today. I can't even begin to recap all the topics, but we've gone a lot. They're testing your patience all the time. Yeah, we were talking about drawing things in perspective downhill, like drawing a downhill street, which is a bit tricky. I don't know if I've captured it in this painting, but it is something that I think... Actually, you know what? No, yeah, doing well. It's a this is a fantastic perspective. Is it? I'm glad you think so. I am not totally convinced it's fantastic, but I appreciate it. Yeah. I do appreciate it. I think what we can maybe get some weird lighting here. I think there's just a lot of little subtlety that needs to be added. But yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, what were you working on today? Would you like to share? Share the art tax. You know the drill. You don't need me to tell you. Just drop a link if you'd like. Let's add another color building up here, like a brighter teal or something. Something with a little bit more. Is that too bright for up here? I mean, it's kind of bright. Maybe here. You know what we can do? Okay, I'm gonna do this on a separate layer. Annoyingly skilled, as I often say around this community. I am still learning brushes. Me too. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. I genuinely think my brush game is pretty weak, but yeah, it's something. Okay, is this too bright? I mean, it's kind of drawing the attention, but I think if I do that, I can then justify going even brighter with some other stuff. So like maybe a lighter version up here or something, just blocking in some stuff. And then this could be more like, what color is this? Is this actually going to be purple? This could be purple. I'm trying to make these actually look like colored buildings, which I realize is tough when we also have like a lot of worms in here poking through, and maybe I don't know. That might ruin it, but I think that is gonna work. I do just want to push some of those colors a bit. This might be a bit much. Something like that. Maybe this. You know what we can do? This could be a... Ooh, I have an idea. It can be a little alcove balcony thingy. That way, the blue is still there, but it's just a little bit. No, is that confusing? No, that is very confusing. This needs to go up then. Is that... I think that's better. If I put plants and stuff in between here, like this... then maybe we can tell that they're... This is like a... I don't know if this is going to quite read. So what the heck is this top part? I don't know. Comments. Cyberpunk Lord of the Rings got some ink was done. Ooh, nice. Do you want to share? I'd love to see. Speaking of brushes, I made some plant brushes the other day that are pretty fun if you want them. Ooh, I would love to try them. I also have your favorite brush as a file to give anyone if they want. It's just one of Devin's grass brushes, but squished and edited some in nice textured. Nice. Sarah, somebody, a good right hook says, at Sarah, may I ask, do you actually perform in NOH? I don't know what NOH is. What is NOH? It's just an unintentional side effect of no H, Sarah. Oh, I see. What is NOH? Now I'm confused. Now I'm curious. What is this mysterious NOH? It's like a Japanese playstyle that I only know about because people have asked me this. That's funny. It's traditional Japanese theater. Okay. Interesting. How's that? Ooh, you got it. You got a link. I got a link. I see it. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Holy moly. Look at this. Look at the lines. Look at the stuff. Look at... Okay, that's way too zoomed in. Look at it. Dang, that is some... So good. I feel like this could just be a cover of something. Of just like... You'd see this and you'd be like, I want to know more. Like, what's happening? I want to buy this comic. I don't even read comics and I would buy this comic. Well, I shouldn't say that because then people are like, by the way, it's for sale. I'm like, well, I'm just kidding. I'm not actually going to buy it because I don't have any money. But yeah, this is... no, yeah, this would make me interested in something. Like, it does make me interested in, like, what is this? What is this an existing story? Is this an existing story or a story you're writing or what is this? I'd love to know more. Tell me more. Give us the deep. I would buy this comic. Yeah, I try to hesitate from using that language. Like, I would buy this, and they're like, well, it's for sale. Like, well, I'm poor. I would if I had money to spend on anything I wanted. Because it's basically saying it's quality, and I recognize that people buy quality. But yeah, it's tricky because like I would, yeah, that's so good. Which I don't mind. Sarah is a boring name in English. Is it? I don't know. I think Sarah's a fine name. I Are there any boring names? I feel like the only boring names I can think of are like Brad because of like the memes. Or Chad, I guess is the name I was thinking of. Um, I don't even names with like memes behind them. I find that there's an interest to them because they're memey and meme worthy and like everybody knows them. Like Karen, it's like there are so many Sarahs. The best way to specify which one I was to say Sarah with no H. Yeah. Yeah, my sister's name is Sarah and she has an H. So you're the no H Sarah. It literally makes sense. Maybe not for as many people born after 2010. Yeah. Yeah, I remember in high school there, or not in high school, in middle school, it was so up to eighth grade. I don't know what type of school you call that. There was three Joes or three Joes, Joeys, and Josephs in my school all at one time. There's only three of us, so one of us went by Joseph. That was me. I was the full name Joseph. Then there was the Joey, and then there was a Joe. So everybody kind of just we all picked our own groups, and we are like, I'm the Joe, he's the Joey, I'm the Joseph, and it was yeah. So that was a thing. So for a very long time, even all throughout high school, I was Joseph. Very few people called me Joe. It wasn't until towards the end of high school people started asking me if they can call me Joe or Joseph. I started saying, "Oh, you can call me either." Um, and then eventually I was just like, Joe works. And it kind of took a while. If you're under 40 years old, you're male, there's like a 50% chance your name is David, I swear. My dad's name is David. My middle name is David. Does that count? My middle name. Did I just give away all my whole name? Whoops. That's probably not good. Probably shouldn't give away middle. I mean, I don't know, not a big deal. But yeah, my middle name's David. Under 40, but over 25. Yeah. Close. I mean, sorry, I'm not that close to 40, but I'm only halfway between 30. I don't know. I feel old. Dang it. I hate it. Actually, I don't care about age that much. Like my age, I don't. It doesn't bother me too much, but it is weird to think that like I don't know, especially online. I feel like there's a lot of people my age online, but I feel like more and more it's younger people, right? Because every year there's like new people coming in, and like there's only so many people my age, and so it feels like there's fewer and fewer people my age online, which is weird because a lot of the content I consume is online stuff, which means I'm oftentimes very like in tune with like the online culture, which feels like it's getting younger and younger, which is weird because it's over time it's more kind of alienating in a way, and like the people who you are sharing the culture with online is no longer like I don't know. It's like it feels like you're outpacing them, even though obviously everybody's growing together. But relative to the people online, the older you are, the fewer people, math. Anyway, it's just a weird thing. It's not like that big of a deal. I don't notice it too much, but I do notice it a little bit. So it's kind of interesting. You were 23 in 2020. Math. 28. 27 or 28. Sorry. And no time has passed at all. Yeah, I don't know what the heck happened since 2020. Time has been on a standstill since 2020. I swear. I don't know what's going on. 2020 was like a freeze in time. I think back and I'm like, yep, it's still 2020. Wait, no, it's not. It's 2020 like 3 or something, and then it's yeah. It's so bizarre. So bizarre. Oh, you just said you were about to turn 28. Oh, I missed that. You're gonna be 28 in April. Feels weird, man. Yeah. Getting old. No, not. Yeah, it is weird. You better give me a. I mean, no. I don't know. I don't typically. I'm so bad at presents. We'll see. But anyway, I just said. What would I get? I mean, I could send people a print on their birthday. That could be a thing. I have prints galore. I should do giveaways. Just like pivoting to stream ideas now. I'm kidding. I know, but now I'm thinking. Now I'm thinking about, because I know a lot of streamers do like birthday stuff. That would be a lot though. With a lot. I didn't mean it. No, I know. No, I know. Now I'm thinking. I'm thinking about stream stuff though. Because I do send out prints, and I have been meaning to do giveaways. Not for birthdays, just in general. I'm a 90s Britney. Oh goodness. I could see that could be stressful. I was really common then, although the Britney spelling was more. So I have a neighbor, or I had a neighbor who named Brittany growing up. And yeah, I think the one thing I don't like about the name Brittany, sorry, I'm not hating on your name, is the spellings. There are like 10 billion different spellings for the name Brittany, and half of them annoy me. It's like, I feel like Brittany was the chosen name for parents who wanted to be a little wild with their spelling names, and everybody who was like, let's go a little crazy, every single one of them chose the name Brittany. And each and every one of them seemingly somehow found a way to spell it differently. I mean, lots of names have gone through that treatment, but that's the only thing that when I think of, yeah. What are male names with wonky spellings? I'm trying to think. Jaden, Aiden, Clayton. I don't know. Maybe those kinds of names. Peyton, Clayton, Jade. But they don't really spell them that different. They're just slightly different versions. I may have just spelled Lindsay's name wrong. Yeah, there's Lindsay, and Lindsay with it's like a sleigh. Elaigh. My old art director's name is Brittany and Lindsay, and I always forget how to spell their names. Yeah, they're hard names to spell. It's okay, I don't mind either. Yeah. I'm trying to think of, surely are there any guys' names that have that ridiculous of like, look, I'm not saying your name is spelled ridiculous. I don't know how your name is spelled, but well, you just spelled it, Brittany. That's how I think I know it as like the normal name. That's cursed. Oh, Jeff and Jeff. Yeah. That's cursed? Yeah. So hold on, you're gonna love this. Oh gosh. Tragedy. Okay. Here we go. You're gonna find this funny. So there's a subreddit called Tragedy, spelled like tragedy. And these are basically, they're basically, here, let me go to top. I don't know, oh, this is top. So they're basically people sharing their name, these tragedy names that are spelled like complete, what's happening? Am I lagging? No. Oh no. So like this is somebody's name. Rafferty. So somebody wanted to name their daughter Rafferty, but they wanted to spell it Ray Farty. Oh no, that's a terrible spelling. But like that kind of thing is super common where you have they just call them tragedies because it's they're funny sounding names. Um, but like some of the names are quite funny. Yeah, basically Elon Musk's child's name is a tragedy, but so her daughter's name is, oh my god, Lylyt, Lilith Yiv something, and it's supposed to read as Lilith Eva Uriel, but they spelled it Lylyt Like, who will ever be able to pronounce this name? That is not a name you can pronounce. Here, let me zoom in for people on phone. That is the name, and it's supposed to be pronounced that. Like, these spellings are hilarious. But anyway, I both love it and hate it that they're a thing. I never heard the name Rafferty either, but it's kind of pretty. I know. I don't know. That's like fake Welsh. There's male names with like EAGH or something. It's kind of funny when non-English speakers pronounce your name like Bernie. Bernie, they call you Bernie? Oh no, that's funny. Yeah, but anyway, there's the whole subreddit of tragedy names of just destroyed spelling and people trying to be like, I don't know, artsy with names. Like, it's the name Michael. Oh, Michael is a good, yeah, Michael, Mikhail, and then yeah, Raphael. But Raphael at least is like not. I mean, none of those names are American, so it makes sense that Americans would screw up the spelling. It's like some guy was named Michael and fragile masculinity and added. No, I feel like it's the other way, right? Michael and Raphael and any of those names, those are not American names. I think a lot of the spellings, like Mike, I always got Michael and Michelle mixed up. True, you do pronounce the A. I still feel like with yeah. Yeah, I always got Michael and Michelle mixed up in spelling. I never knew, like, when reading it, I never knew what was what. Sorry, this is like a very low art stream art. I'm pretty sure, I mean, look, it's not like Americans are inventing good names out here. We just take other countries' names and change the spelling. And yes, sometimes those countries' names have letters that Americans don't like because we suck at language. But I don't think that I'm okay with weird spellings of names that I don't understand because I'm American. I just feel like when Americans try to change everything, Mickle is a name, and Mickelson is a common last name. Maybe one of these windows has bars on it or something. I want to try something. Now I'm in experiment mode because I'm kind of winding down for the stream. All the shadow shrouded in dark. Hey, it's a nighttime scene. Somebody was asking about a nighttime scene earlier. There we go. Just kidding. That's not how you paint nighttime scenes. Don't do that. That's not how that works. Oh, you were thinking of Mikkel. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I was just saying in general. I wasn't really referring to a comment.
Just the difference between Michael and Michelle and Mikhail and all those names that kind of sound similar, but they're all distinct names though, and they're at least they're pronounced differently. I don't know if this is good to put this much shadow up here. I feel like I'm losing the lighting. That's why I'm trying to correct some stuff. The lighting started really strong. And then it kind of, or maybe not really strong. Okay, I'm gonna try something kind of stupid. If this fails, that's okay. Glow dodge. Orange. Slap it with the orange. The question is this gonna maintain the color? No, this just looks awful. I don't know why, but the word gaudy came to mind. That's terrible. Nope, 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 nope. But there's definitely something bad about this. There's something that I don't like. I think it's the values overall. I don't think there's enough darks. I think also maybe the blues up here. Let's try some stuff. I'm gonna doctoring my painting. I haven't really been that critical about it all stream, and now I'm like about to end stream, and my brain is like, no, wait, you can't end. Your painting needs help. Okay, let's see. You're thinking Mikkel. I don't know that. Mikkel? I don't know that name. Every once in a while, the Game Chopped music stream jump scares me with an unexpected music cover. Currently, Take On Me. I like Take On Me. It's a fun song. It's like the song that no one should ever do in karaoke because nobody can hit the high notes. Dark red or towards it? Yeah, maybe. Take On Me is, yeah, no. Say no to Take On Me in karaoke. Just don't do it. You can't do it. You're not good enough. Accept it and move on. That's how I feel. Although I will say karaoke's fun. I've only done karaoke once, and that was when I was in Japan. Yeah, dark red. I could do. You mean as like an overlay color? Yeah, I mean you could do. I could do like an overlay dark red to put in some darks. I mean that's too. That's too much. I don't know if you meant overlay or just something else. Really, I just need to come in here and push some occluded areas, I think. It looks amazing to me though. Thanks. I'm glad you like it. I do like it. I definitely think there's some value issues and other stuff, but let me look up some. Actually, I don't know. Let's see what old. There was a post by well, we were talking about him, Nathan Fowkes. I doubt I'll be able to find anything that even resembles what I'm looking for, but he did do some images a while back, like this one that he posted. It had some bright colors in it. So he's done a lot of stuff like that where he gets some really vibrant things. Let me scroll through his work. If you guys don't know Nathan Fowkes, he's amazing. Wonderful colorist. If that's what you want to call it. That's not what you call it. I don't colorists are specifically people who do like color comics, right? He does like color key stuff. I think. I mean, sure, he does lots of stuff. Even stuff like this. A lot of what makes these look so vibrant is the overblown, the saturation, the grays in here. There's like the washing of the light through the image. You know, giving it that haze, but he still has the punches of color. Not that I'm trying to replicate that image, but there's definitely some softness poking through. I don't know if that was a... Did you guys even see that? Yeah. Didn't he work for DreamWorks on some high-profile projects? Yeah, you're thinking of the right guy. Yeah, he has worked for DreamWorks on high-profile projects. Michael also looks like a cool fantasy spelling, and then you say it out loud. You must defeat Lord Michael. Yeah. Well, you know what's funny? There's a what's the name? There's actually this effect. It's there's somebody who knows more about writing. What's the name? Not Bridget. There's a name that a lot of people don't like in fantasy because it sounds too modern, despite it literally being like a Middle Ages name, and it's something like Amy, or not Amy, but it's like there's some like just normal sounding name like Michelle that is like actually from that time. What is the name? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? There's a whole like an effect. It's not yeah like that, but it's not that. But people avoid it because it sounds too modern. When in fact the name actually is like super ancient. And then there's a whole like term for this kind of name that sound newer than they are. And so if you want to write like historical fiction or even accurate stories, yeah, like let's say historical fiction, it's hard to not use the real names because it sounds too fake. So you have to like use fake names to sound fake, or you have to use fake names to sound real because the actual names from the time sound too modern. And so it's like writers run into this weird problem where real life doesn't sound real, which I think is pretty fascinating. I'm kind of vibing with this actually. This sunny vibe. Is that too much soft? Maybe we bring back in some color notes or something. I don't know. I'm just vibing today. Although I should end stream here, but we'll see. I don't know if that mist is good, but I do think it's going to help because then I can put in some colors in here. I Google Tiffany problem. Thank you. Tiffany, that's the name. It's called the Tiffany problem. Yes. Thank you, Ghost Kid. You did the research for me because I couldn't think of the name. But yeah, that's like a whole thing. There's literally a name for it. But Tiffany's not the only name that has that problem. But Tiffany apparently is like a Middle Ages name or something. And so like if you were writing like high fantasy or something and your character's name was Tiffany, it's like that sounds like, you know, Southern California girl name, you know, something like something from the 90s, or I don't know. It's just kind of funny.
It's funny imagining Middle Ages Tiffany. Yeah, apparently that's the thing. I don't know the exact history, and you probably should read more about it and don't take my word for it. Kind of like Ghost Kid did with researching it. So thank you, good on you, because I don't. Who knows what I'm talking about? But no, yeah, it's something like that, and that's kind of cool. I think it's funny. I mean, this happens in visual art too, though, right? Where you reference something that's accurate, but because our understanding of the thing is wrong in like common ideas, that when you actually see it, not Tiffany. Funny you say that. In this is kind of a tangent. In Minecraft, I think I have a horse named Tiffany. And Nathan, Neighthan, so like a horse. Anyway, I have definitely named horses those versions. Um, that's a thing. Basically, any name you can fit Nay into. Uh, just good fun. CGP Gray made a YouTube video about Tiffany, possibly the oldest name still in rotation. Tiffany and Nathan. Yeah. There's lots of names you could add with that. But yeah, those are my horse names. Or just Nathaniel. That's the long name. Oh, is that Tiffany is the oldest name still in rotation? Is that the That's cool. Does he still make videos? I feel like his videos he was one of the first YouTubers that I feel like really hit success with like the one video a month or like a video every 4 months or something, like crazy long time between videos. But he kind of killed it. Like his videos were really high quality. I think he also was one of the like he had like the animator doing like, storytelling his script, and like he had big production. I don't know if he still does stuff. I think he has a podcast. I listened to a podcast by him, and it kind of sucked. He just talked about like tech stuff that was extremely uninteresting, and like it was just it was an entirely uninteresting time from like one of the most interesting YouTubers ever. And I'm like, this sucks. Like maybe it's good, maybe I just didn't give it a big enough chance. But yeah, that you miss Hello. I don't know what Hello Internet is. Oh, you know what? We can totally put the light. Oh, I'm silly. What am I doing? I didn't put these buildings with different colors. Something like that. And then this build. And now I'm trying to figure out what color should these buildings be. Back here, we could go like a bright orange or pink and orange. I think maybe this one will be pink. Maybe something like that. Little just colors here and there. Just trying to put a little patchwork of colors. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Recently uploaded a video about postcodes. Oh, I think, wasn't that like 3 months ago? No, that was the air traffic, what do you call it? I saw his flight code one for all the airport codes, because they have like LAX and all those things, and like different categories for like if you're a military airport, you have different
coatings and how complicated and confusing it is. And there's technically like overlap, so some airports have the same codes as other airports for various reasons, but they seemingly like, yeah. Oh, Hello Internet was a podcast with Brady Heron, and it was really good, but it's been on hiatus for like 6 years. Okay. You like what the blue building brought? Thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to, like, because I want this stuff to be kind of desaturated, but I want it to feel saturated. I think more bright white. I'm looking at I think more bright white could go a long way here. This sort of super saturated. I don't know if that's gonna look good. And then maybe back here we'll have some bright greens. I don't know. Trying to make some interesting shapes over here. Still don't know what any of this is down here. I feel like if this is kind of the focal point, and yet I haven't really painted any of it, which sucks. So let's do that before I end stream. Literally just not painting my focal point. This is a major problem with me when I draw. I paint all like the, you know, the ground, the grass, but like the character I'll avoid. Do any of you do that? Like actively avoid the focal point? A pale teal. Yeah, I think you're right. A pale teal could look really good. Yeah. I agree. Especially right down there. That would be good. Maybe like this. Maybe that's too pale. Maybe more pale. Maybe darker. Like that, maybe? Put right up next to some orange. I don't know if that quite looks right. I'm also not really sure. I feel like we should have some sort of lighting or something. I don't know. These are weird too. These lines. I think they need to come down to the ground. Maybe also some plants in here. So like we can see some stuff. This is a little weirder than what I normally do for colors, because this is a very like all over the place and sort of intentionally. Which is kind of neat. It's both neat and hard and... Let's take a look at what Sarah's posting. What, okay, hold on, I need context. What did you say about this? Okay, something I've been talking about a lot lately is something that this one artist posted about using mostly desaturated tones and only saturated certain areas, and then makes the area feel soup. Yeah, so I actually used to do that. That's used to be my way of painting, and I actually really like that. But this particular painting is... Yeah, no, I think that is an extremely effective way at doing colors. I've actually, I don't know what the right word is. Waffle is maybe the right word. I flip-flop. I go back and forth. There are artists like Andreas Roca who I love and adore his work. And you can see a lot of my influence in it. And he doesn't do that. He will have paintings that are vibrant and colorful and you know, just lots of
I mean, he does in a way. You know, he'll have like a sunset or something where it's like very gray, and then he'll have a punch of orange. But he uses lots of colors. But then there's artists who here. Let me just scroll through his DeviantArt. So like, if you just scroll through, like he has like this kind of thing, right? He has lots of vibrant paintings, all sorts of colors. Like this is not an artist who is holding back his color usage, right? He does have lots of grays. He balances his colors very well. But that is so different than like, you know, I mean, occasionally he'll have like very gray paintings. But anyway, I love this artist. A lot of my work is inspired by his stuff. And yeah. But then there are artists like you just mentioned, right? This thing that you just shared. Where you do have like a lots of grays and very limited color, but then the color's very punchy. And that's super cool too. I think even the painting by, you know, some of the stuff I just shared by Nathan Fowkes, I think is a good example, like this painting, right? Where this is a lot of very grayish colors. There's still lots of colors, but they're very muted. And then there are a few punchy colors. So yeah, I feel like it goes all over, which is cool. It's almost like two different ways of thinking about color. Yeah, high key, yeah, well, yeah, and high key art where it does make sense with desaturated colors because you typically light it is desaturated like sunlight, and when you overexpose sunlight, it fades to white and everything gets washed out, and it makes a lot of sense. And yeah, and dark paintings work well with saturated values because that's typically what you see in shadows. And when you're allowing those shadow colors to come out and you're not washing them out, you know, suddenly you get those vibrant. So yeah, I definitely think there's something to that and how you want to approach it. Yeah, I think it looks. I think there's times for both, and I think each kind of create a different mood. This is something that I'm not great at, and I'm definitely trying to get better at it. But that is basically doing what I just said, and it sort of depends on the mood. You know, if I want a bright and sunny painting, maybe, you know, make it a little high key and bring that sunlight into the shadows and flood the scene. That way everything is brighter, and it's almost like you have a lens flare. You know, you're looking through a dusty window or something where that the light is just filling everything, and it's just bright. That definitely gives a certain mood, and I think if you're trying to set the tone for your painting and make people feel something, I definitely think knowing when to use which one is super good, right? If you're doing like a dark forest with like bioluminescent stuff, maybe don't just make it randomly high key for no reason. Like, there could be a reason, but it might suit the mood better if you want those, you know, more saturated colors. So yeah, I think there's a function there, right? You can choose when to do it based on the function that you want. Anyway, that's my take on it. I'm not sure if that's what you're saying. Wow, looks beautiful. Oh, hello, Samu. I missed you. I don't know if you're still here, but Samu Moo. Samu Moo. Is that how you say your name? Oh, I think I said thank you for the follow, and then you said wow, looks beautiful, and then I didn't read it. I'm sorry. I was so caught up in my ranting and Sarah's walls of text. Just kidding. No, I like your walls of text. Please don't stop. Good conversation. Okay. Where I think art that goes really dark, dark shadows can get away more easily with everything being saturated. Yeah, I agree. I really artwork that has minimal black shadows. In a painting that makes, I'm gonna skip some stuff. I'm skimming it real quick. Sarah says, whereas in a painting that makes use of the entire value range, they have a bit more freedom to lean more saturated or desaturated. Yeah, you know what? I think in my old rage, no, I think I am slowly getting to the point where I'm actually preferring one or the other. I actually don't think I like the evenly balanced values as much. Maybe part of it is because AI balances values so perfectly because it's like literally 50% dark, 50% light. I don't know what it is. I actually like paintings that are pushed one way or the other. I like. I feel like it's more crafted to the mood, right? And it's kind of the same when you do a painting where you literally have 50% light and 50% dark. I guess that's not true. Because you can still color balance one way or the other, right? You could have a high key painting that's all in shadow or a low key painting that's all in shadow. But you'd still just, it's about how you balance those values. But I definitely think there is something to be said though about having offset, like mostly pushing it mostly to the 70 or 80, 60 to 70% value range, or the other, just to offset it in some ways. And I think it just tends to look good. Like, I still usually use 100% of the value range because I'm not skilled. Yeah, I do too. I try to have like, oh, my darkest darks are gonna be like basically black, like up here, and I might just have a little bit, like it might just be a teeny tiny bit, but I will probably have some of those blacks somewhere in my painting. You know, it'll be in the cracks in the sidewalk right in the foreground. You know, it'll be the deep dark shadows under here. You know, or that one reflection in the window. But everything else will be a little bit lighter. And yeah, I'm not quite good enough, I don't think either. I feel like it's a tricky thing. But yeah, generally speaking, it is a good idea to balance your painting and like use the full value range. You don't have to have even amounts of the full value range, but your ends, you know, if you have a bright light source, it could be the brightest reflection could be white, and then your darkest deepest shadow could be black, and everything else is somewhere in between, right? If you take like a painting, like this is a good example, I think, of a high key painting, right? Let's make it the shape of the image, right? This painting works well, even though there is no black. The darkest color is like a dark, kind of a dark gray green or something, and it feels right, right? And it's hard if you try to do an image like that and you get it wrong. It's just gonna look bad. Like it's not gonna look right. It's not gonna feel right. I am not great at it. I think having material difference is a big one, showing things that are reflective versus not reflective. That way you're leaning into the value range. So for example, if you had like grates on the windows, those might be bright, but then everything else would be less white. And so just the grates would be white. I don't know if I want grates on the window. I can probably put like this kind of thing. That way you're like, oh, well, that's metal. Everything else that is colored is not metal. And yeah. Sarah says, it's interesting, though, in terms of concept work. Like, we had a kind of rough style guide for Zadia where VFX was supposed to take up 100% of the value range. It needs a lot of contrast read as well for very quick moments on the screen. Oh, that makes sense. And give player feedback for their actions, whereas characters were only supposed to use like middle 70% and the environment the bottom 70%. Oh, that's cool. I feel like I kind of knew about this, but then you say it and it's like, well, of course. I mean, I know this with like animation, right? Background artists aren't typically using the darkest values because the backgrounds are typically kind of far away, and then if they do, you still have like the dark outline of the character to make them take up the, you know, the bottom percent, and backgrounds will take up the top, or flip, whichever way you want to word it. I don't even, yeah. The lightest backgrounds will be the lighter values, foreground will be the darker character can be the darker values. Or depending on the game, maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. But yeah, no, that's cool. That's a neat thing. Definitely not all games do that, but that would make a lot of sense that the VFX would be clear. Like a 3D camera game is
probably not that strict with character versus environment, but would probably still have a similar policy to VFX. Yeah, like I play Path of Exile, and one of the big things of it is like it can get really cluttered and hard to see stuff, and there's a lot of like on death effects that people hate, which is basically meaning when a monster dies, it leaves like something that will be there and then it will explode, and if you don't see it you will die. And so in screen clutter it needs to be visible. You need to know that it's there. Big bright red circle, like using values and colors that just aren't present elsewhere. That way you see the thing, because they have to broadcast that to the player, otherwise you're gonna miss it. And so they almost certainly have that policy where they got the VFX allotment. You know, VFX gets all of the budget. No, not budget, but you know what I mean. The range. Anyway, it's quite interesting. I didn't really know that. That's actually really eye-opening, I think. Just to think more about that. I don't know. I mean, it's not that deep, I suppose, but it's interesting. Genshin is really funny because the screen can get so chaotic. Like, if there's a screenshot, you could probably not see what's happening at all, but it's so responsive, and you learn the characters individually, so when you see them together... Yeah, I feel that in Path of Exile. It's maybe not Path of Exile 2, but Path of Exile 1 gets so chaotic, and yeah, it's very similar, where in the chaos, because you've played the character, you start to learn like the player can understand what's happening, even though a third party viewer is like, what is happening? But you know where to look, you know what the little visual cues are. There's enough pattern recognition and stuff happening that is yeah, it's quite interesting. Also, I don't like this. This looks like a stair step. I didn't like that. Just trying to paint a little bit of dark windowy things here. I think that works. I don't want to fuss over details, though. Maybe some foreground plant. I think some variation in plants would do good. Some blues. Oh, that's not... Yeah, there we go. Look at those plants. Oh, yeah. That's like... If we had, like, glowing graffiti or something on the windows for, like, a magic shop or something, that would be cool. That would be a really nice vibe. You take this vibe, and then you have, like, glowing... You know, like a science lab in the doors. This is like what I would imagine the color of, like, toxic ooze spread on the walls, but with how bright it is. Bioluminescent plants. I don't know anything about Genshin. I still don't really know what you do in that game. I should play it. Did you say it was free or not? I don't remember if you said. Was that the game you said was free? If it is, I should play it. There's no reason not to. Although I don't like the idea of games that entice me to spend money. Not that I do, but it's one of those games. If enough people mention it, I'm like, well, I should at least try it. Ooh, you know what? If this is like a wood frame, we should put... The lining on the wood. Yeah, it's free. You can play 100% of the content for free and still get lots of characters free too if you're patient. Yeah, that's the trick though, right? If you're patient, they try to make it so you can't. They try to make you impatient. Their business model relies on impatience. This is like conspiracy theory, except it's not really, because I'm pretty sure that is actually how that works. But yeah. It doesn't do anything. Oh, it doesn't. That's good. That's good. Yeah, no, well, no, I'm not saying it relies on to make you impatient. It's their business model. It relies on you to make you buy stuff. Like, some people clearly are buying stuff, and they do a good job at enticing you in one way or the other. Yeah, no, not impatient. Obviously, that's gonna... Yeah, that I can't say that without having played the game. But yeah, I'm trying to add little details here. Nothing fancy. I feel like I should probably put like a planter or something up here. Ooh, maybe not a planter. Maybe it's like a... Hold on, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. I don't remember where my vanishing point was. That's too sloppy. But yeah, there's not enough. I don't think there's enough like outward shapes here. So I've got to. We want to play around with this a bit. Like a lot of these tall. Very tall structures. And then maybe something like that can be a little bit... Oops. Something like that, maybe? And then I don't want this very, very light, so I'm gonna just knock it back a bit. Or I don't want it very dark. I think some of these little lines up here. Okay, the impatient just comes from people who feel like they need to get every single character on their very first banner. I don't know what that means. Very first banner. LOL. And then the entire, the endgame content. Sorry, I'm going backwards in time. You said in Genshin, the endgame content that is really difficult is easier with 5-star characters that you can get plenty of 5 stars without spending the money because you can earn wishes over time. I don't know what any of that means. Sorry, I'm a boomer. I don't know what you're talking about because I've never played the game. I should though sometime. Little bars on windows. I know that's kind of weird and not very cozy, but you know what? That's okay. It sounds like Star Wars. It's just some like classical music, but to me it gives Star Wars vibes. Very imperial or something, I don't know. A little window here. looking nice. I'm trying to paint these things in perspective enough that it gives a sense of scale. I like it. I'm pretty happy with what's happening so far. A lot of the stuff got a little sloppy here. I could almost put like a building or something back here. I don't know if I want to. Maybe a little stuff like on the roofs, like antennas and I mean, in my reference, there's these little antennas. Something like this. You like that the buildings at the end are catching the most light, creates a nice focal point. Yeah, I was trying to put some light. I think I could even go a lot heavier back here. But I don't want to wash out the colors too much. I mean, I could, but yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's a little bit tough. And also playing with color this much is weird because, yeah, it's just a little bit weird. But now that I've established some of these grates, I think I can actually do this. And maybe not all the windows, but a few of them. I can bring in some of this light on these things. Some of the bars. But not all of them, just some of the stuff. Something like that. I don't know. That's kind of nice, I feel like. Some of that stuff definitely doesn't quite read well. Again, I don't need everything to be perfect. I'm okay with it being a little bit loosey-goosey. Technical term right there. I feel like we need some bright green for the plants somewhere. Like maybe back here. Just like catching some of those rays. I don't know. Maybe just like a little bit. Maybe there's like a plant in the window here. Something like that. They could be even more shadow. Yeah, but I actually had it like that, remember? I'm not sure I liked it. Because, I mean, yeah, I agree with you. It would be nice to have them more in shadow, but it was, maybe it was a skill issue. It just didn't feel like it had that overwhelming sense of light that came through. And like something about the lighting, I don't know. Like I like the idea that the light is filling. I mean, maybe a little bit. Maybe some of the darker shadows. Maybe when they were really shadowed before, they were still too purple. Well, I do want it to feel vibrant, you know? Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, because I want some of that bounce light to make it way in, because that's going to help show that it is indeed very bright. And I think also maybe a very careful... But yeah, I do want to try that anyway. I think you might be right, now that I'm doing it. Just a little bit, like, not much. Like, I don't want these shadows to be super dark, because I like the idea that it's so bright that the light is getting everywhere. right? Like it is an alley, but it's not a dark, creepy alley. It's an alley that's filled with light and colors. You think the desaturation? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I think you're kind of right. But I also really want to show that there's just color everywhere, which is a different vibe, kind of. Like, I do think it would work, and I think you could absolutely make a strong image that way. I'm just not convinced. Well, I don't know. It would be worth doing on another stream where you take the same foreground colors and you do the same image, but basically make all of this grayish, and then tone down the. I mean, you can just do color corrections, I guess, and then crank up the saturation in some of these areas. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's really finicky because we're trying. It's not like, and maybe this is just me. Now I'm just gonna go on a mini rant. One of the things that I feel like I've done a lot of is just try to make an image look good, and I do feel like I could make this image look good. But I'm also kind of trying to get a certain vibe now that is different than what I want to just instinctually do to make it look good. Like, I agree. Like, earlier I was like, well, I just want to make this darker. Well, yeah, I could make everything darker and shroud it in shadow, But is that going to make it... is that going to give me the same mood I want, right? I could absolutely do something like this, right? Lots of light in here. Like, something like that, if that's what you're talking about. Because that's more desaturated. Also, am I on the wrong layer? No. Like, something like this, I think looks better, but does it give the same vibe? I'm not sure. I mean, I think it looks better, in a way. I mean, maybe there's a happy medium. And maybe it'd be that happy medium, but then you still punch out some of the colors here in like the vibrancies. Just enough. I mean, that actually might be it right there. And then you bring up some of these with like little notes of saturation. So there's still some saturated notes in here. But on the whole, it's brought down a lot. I don't know. Is that better? Now I don't know. I think my brain is. I mean, that does kind of look better. I mean, just because it's again so much less saturated, or it's so much darker, I should say. I don't even know if the saturation is the issue there. I think some of them do get a little bit gray though. I actually think that the saturation's okay. But this is what art is all about. Playing around with this stuff. And being like, like as... And also this could be a brighter value, so like a little bit lighter. Because this is literally a lighter color. It's a pink, or it's supposed to be. And then we could bring in like, look, it's pink, by making it literally pink. Dang it, as I go to pink. Oh, that's not working. Dang it, how do I make this look pink? If I go too pink, it doesn't look pink anymore. If I go too saturated, it's just, yeah, it's not going to work. Then it doesn't look pink. Maybe the shadow on the ground more saturated. Yeah, that was a thought too. That's not a bad attempt. Yeah, a little bit more deep dark shadows on the ground. Or like the occluded areas where you just kind of go in here and like with the cobblestones This is something that I've done in a lot of paintings, where you just get these dark shadows in here to help push the values. But then you taper them off pretty quick. It's a big door. Is that even a door? I don't know. I don't even know. Dang, I've been live for a while. Did we do the connections today? Wait, did we do the connections in Wordle? I don't remember. I actually don't remember. I think we did. We never did! We never did the connections! What the heck? At least not according to this. Hold on. I don't think we've done it. Am I going insane? We missed it. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna do the connections real quick, and then I'm gonna end stream. Oh no. I don't know. I guess I'll know when I look back at it. I don't think I did. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we haven't done this. I don't remember this. Fast, bunch, team, player, soul, stat, soon, ruffle, later, gather, bio, finger, now, junk, then, pucker. I feel like this is a weird one. Okay, well, that's the thing. We did not. Okay, hold on. Okay. Bunch. I feel like there's a food category here, like Butterfinger and actually there could be. Did I just get a hard category? I think I just got the purple category like immediately. Literally fast food. Okay, so sorry. Let me explain how to play this. So the way to play this is there's 4 groups of 4. There's a sports thing, stat, team player. Yeah, so the idea is you want to make 4 groups of 4 that have like a common thread. So I think I just found the hardest category, which is junk food, soul food, finger food, and fast food. So I think these are like there's a connector word, which is food, I believe. I could be wrong. I don't know what the others are. Ruffle is a type of chips. But this is what made me think there was food. I saw like ruffle, bio, and then like butter or finger, and I thought like Butterfingers and Ruffles or something. But then I was thinking about food, and I saw finger food, soul food, junk food, fast food. So anyway, that's probably one of the categories. But so I'm just gonna lock it in. I'm pretty sure it has to be. Okay, literally purple first. Okay, but soon, gather, soon, and pucker. What the heck is pucker gonna be? Like pucker up? Like, what is a pucker? Like, it's just a term to like, oh, you can ruffle something, you can pucker something, you can bunch, you can gather. Is that a pucker? You don't really. Pucker's not a synonym of gather, is it? Like ruffle, pucker, bunch, gather. I feel like gather's weird. Gather doesn't fit, right? It's not really the same. Gather, ruffle, bunch are all sewing. Oh, are they? Gather is a sewing term? Okay, I'll click it then. Scrunch is fabric. I didn't know that gather was a term for this. I knew the others. Now, soon, then, and later. Those are all like time oriented. I'll see you later. I'll see you now. I'll see you soon. I'll see you later. I'll see you then. I think that's the yellow category. What's this one?
Stat team bio player. What is that? I mean, I definitely feel sports related. What is this? Okay, hold on. Let me lock in the other one first. Soon, later, now, then. Okay, this was an easy one today. Only because we got junk food so fast. Or blank food. Team bio player. What is this? What's the connector? Right? I knew these were related to time. These were related to scrunching. This was food. What is this one? Is this team bio player stat? What is this? Like sports stats, sports player, sports stat, sports bio, sports team. Oh, there! It's just another. It's another connector. It's another. It's literally. Yeah, it's literally team sport or sports team, sports bio, sports player, sports stat. Probably. It's weird. I don't info. Oh, it's info on a baseball card. Oh, is that okay? I didn't know. I feel like you could have put sports before it. Buy it. That was the hardest one for me of these, and this was supposed to be the easiest color. Blue is supposed to be harder than green, but that's weird. That was a weird one. I don't know. I didn't know who looks at baseball cards. Just kidding. Anyway, okay, let's do the Wordle real quick. Wordle. Okay. I don't know. What's a good word? Sport. We were talking about baseball. Let's do sport. Like almost there. Nope, it can't be stump. Stump. Could be nope, it can't. It could be stump. Sorry, I'm not I didn't take many off. Is it stump? I feel like it just beats stump in two. Is this actually? Oh no, it's not. Okay, it's the stim. No. Steep. Steep. Is there any other word it could be than steep? Stilp. Stibbed. The stape. Stink. No, it can't be stink. There's a P in it. It could be. It can't be stamp because we've already used the M. Stop. It's S-T-A-W. No. Stape. I think it's steep. I think it has to be steep. I can't think of an. I mean, maybe not. Stoop. Stoop. Yeah, maybe stoop. Stoop. No, there's no O. We've already used it in sport. I'm trying to think with A's. Like stamp? Stamp? No, I think it's steep. Yeah, it's steep. Okay, good job. Good job, team. Sorry, that wasn't very interactive right there. Wordle, I feel like Wordle's not as good on stream. I'm slowly thinking it's not as good because it's easy. We basically never lose, and there's a million ways to get to the answer. I feel like the other one, Connections, is just a better game, I think, because there's, like, we don't always know the answer. I mean, not that we know the answer in Wordle, but, like, we're gonna get to the answer. In Connections, we can actually fail. Like, there is an actual chance that I will not get it. There are some cases where it's, like, the names of jazz musicians. I don't know any jazz musician, you know? So you give me a bunch of last names of them and I'm screwed. And so that's kind of what happened the other day, but anyway. Okay, this painting, that's very gray. I don't like the colors. Yeah, no, I'd love to paint over. I hope you don't mind. Here it into the thing. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, I like it, but I do like the bright red, with the little bits of red on the door and stuff. It does look good. I don't know if that's quite. I mean, this definitely is not what I'm going for. Now that I'm seeing this, this is. Let's get rid of that. I mean, yeah. I mean, yours is definitely dramatic, right? And I like the. I do like it. I think it's probably better. It's just different. I do like though that because the real images, the photos, right, of this place are so vibrant. And I feel like even, I mean, I understand that in the shadows you can condense information and you can still make the things read as a certain color. But I wanted to try and somehow exaggerate that. And I feel like the buildings themselves, like, you still get the sense that there's colors. I don't know. I feel like I would need to do a whole bunch of little mini studies and figure out what works best. Because I think there's a lot of potential ways to show it, and each one is going to be a little different. So let me close all of the tabs I have open. I have like a million. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm a little... Based on your favorite artists, you've shown me you have more naturalistic paintings than I have. I like really hard light shapes, and I know you don't like graphic. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't mind the graphic shape stuff. I think the graphic shape stuff in your paint over is fine. I actually kind of like it. I'm less about the shapes. I mean, the shape stuff is good. Like, objectively, it's better than what I have, right? Like, I think having clear shapes here, that's not my concern. My concern is more about like the colors, understanding that these are all individual vibrant colors. I mean, I think you did a good job. I do like that they show really bright. Like you put some brightness in here. And yeah, you have that harsh blue light in there, right? Kind of flooding in. Obviously, you didn't just do it with an airbrush, I don't think, but I'm gonna do that. Pretty sure you used like you color corrected it first. I'm just painting directly on top. I mean, I guess something, yeah. I mean, even something like that. I do think the gray works that you did. Because obviously I'm bringing this very saturated. And more blue at the top, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what to think anymore. I feel like I need to sleep on it. Oh, you did the blue with an airbrush? Okay. Because yeah, I just brought in an airbrush as well. That was my intuition, but I wasn't sure. I mean, this is better than what I had, I think. Which is going a little in the direction you went. Do I like the darker that? We'll just use this other shape. Hold on. Do I like this less or more saturated, and why or why not? To get different individual colored buildings, you would have to pick more specific tones than I did in the paint over. I just took your paint. Yeah, yeah. 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 Yeah, I do like the bottom one where the light's hitting only the like certain spots. Also, yeah, also this area is interesting.
like, cause that's it's funny. I had these big shapes, but like they weren't really light. I don't know what they were, to be honest. You clarified them quite a bit by basically just making them bright. Um, I'm actually curious if like we could do something like this. Here, let's do this on a separate layer so I don't completely ruin everything. Like, what if I did something like this? Oh. And like that was the light instead. And this stuff was all... that's not... No, that's not good. I do think the slideways light's better. Yeah, you'd only get the heart. Yeah. See, I kind of like that the whole street is in shadow and then the light is like bouncing around. See, that's kind of... I guess that's kind of more the vibe that I'm going for. And I'm not quite sure how to achieve it. Right? So, light coming in, bouncing around, hitting stuff, and it floods the scene. And you have like... Yeah, just all this little, you know, light scattered, and there's little color notes poking through, and like it doesn't feel like it's in shadow because you have so much light, but it's clearly originating from here. That's kind of the vibe that I'm going for, which is, you know, I'm sort of making it up as I go because, you know, and it's tough. I think I would just need to take a break, honestly, and then come back to it at another time. Or maybe never. Because, like, I like where this is right now. Do I think it's perfect? No. But I think it's a good start-ish. I wonder if this could be brighter up here. No. Maybe a bit more blue. We do have a bit of that. Yeah. Yeah, there's probably a middle ground. Yeah. I mean, I tried to make it not super crazy, but I will say I do think the color notes would go a long way in cranking up the... Actually, let's try something. I'm going to do something really potentially bad. Well, first I'm going to merge a lot of my image. Not all of it. Just all the stuff I've done recently. Now I'm going to make a new layer. Okay, so I'm going to try something kind of stupid. Is this the image I just had? Yeah, it is. Okay, so I'm going to try something. I'm going to take this, and I'm going to go... I'm going to make a duplicate. And then I'm going to tonal correction, hue saturation. I'm going to drop the saturation. Not well, not that. Are my values really this gray? Am I taking crazy pills? No, it's not. This is making it more gray. What the heck? Like, why is that changing my values? Is that weird? Or am I just... Okay, whatever. Let's just pretend we're just gonna go a tiny step that way. And then I'm actually gonna make another layer. And I'm gonna go edit, tonal correction, hue saturation. I'm gonna go the opposite direction. And then I'm gonna mask. Layer mask. Nope, not that. Actually, we can do this. Layer mask, mask outside selection. Ooh, I really like that orange right there. See, I think this, I don't know, maybe a little bit of light here and there on the ground. See, I think that kind of works. Where we're starting to get a little bit of like, well, not there. I'm trying to selectively put it in where it's just very little. I do really like the lower saturation of the low end of the buildings that you had. I thought that was a great addition. But I also think maybe some saturated stuff in the foreground. In some of these more shadowy areas. What about that? What do you think about that? Here, let me see your paint over. Sorry, we're okay. Surprisingly similar, kind of. Not really. No. Oh, what did you just change? You just changed the. Oh, you added the light in between. Yeah. Good morning. Hello, Asia. It's 2 a.m. Yeah, it's super late. I've been live for like 5.5 hours. It's also fun looking at Philly buildings because you do get lots of streets like this where there's no light, it's the ground, and it only gets light on the side of the street. Yeah. Yeah, you just made it so they're physically possible. Yeah. Is this am I are my eyes I don't know. Do I like mine or yours now better? I don't I do like what I just did here where I took this and did like some weird color correction things. And I brought in this punchy color. Maybe even yeah, going in here with the saturation. And maybe even just like a few bits in here. Just very, very saturated. I mean, it's already very saturated back here, but not the whole thing. I do think I want some color notes. Maybe the blue house is like that's where our protagonist lives. On a way from traveling, this is not usual for me. How have you been? Oh, I've been really good. Hopefully your travels are going well. Yeah, I've been good. Lots of normal, normal arting. Nothing's too crazy. Okay, let's try something now. But yeah, it's been pretty chill. I've been having a good time. Learning a lot today, I feel like. I feel like I'm learning. I really do like this color scheme where you have the desaturated up top. I mean, it's basically just atmospheric perspective, right? Like, I didn't really think about it, but we have the blue hitting the top. But then as you get down further, it's closer to our eye level. We have these saturated colors, and so you do have like a thing going that way. And then this is kind of the opposite, I guess, because you have lighting back here. I don't know. It's not perfect. I'm still not convinced this shape. You wanted to hop and say hello, but you're off again? Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for popping in. Maybe this could be a little bit more like blue up here to mimic the top. Yeah, this side here is weird. This is the only thing I'm really not certain on. I think. I think maybe it isn't satisfying to you right now because all you're painting right now is within small value set range. Maybe 30%, except the foreground walls, black door, neither of which are your painting's focal point. But right now, those are the two spots your eyes contrast. I need to reread that a couple times. I don't think I have the brain cells to... I think I just need a break, and I've been painting without literally standing up at all or anything for too long. But let's see. Let's try to reread this, and I'm going to comprehend it. So I'm turning on the brain cells. Okay. I think it maybe isn't satisfying to you right now because all you're painting right now is within a small value saturation range of maybe 30%. Correct. Except for the foreground wall and the black door, neither of which are your painting's focal point. Those are the spots, your area of high contrast. Maybe. I think maybe I am convinced that I need some of those darker colors in the foreground. And maybe I just don't. I do think a few darker valued colors. Even, I mean, it doesn't have to be saturated. It could just be dark value. It doesn't need to be saturated. But I do feel like I need some dark value, particularly to balance the painting on this end somehow. Like, I don't think I just wanted to do that. That wouldn't look good. It could just be like, you know, little spaces over here, like I don't know, a thingy in the, like bricks and stuff over here, where there's just little bits of like occluded areas, kind of guiding the eye over, even something like that. I'm looking at concept art, colorful buildings in Pixar's Coco or Italian Town of Luca, but I think yours already looks great anyway. Thanks. Yeah, Luca would be a good one to rewatch. I mean, again, this isn't for anything. This is just me kind of going at it and having fun and seeing stuff, trying to learn some stuff, and having Sarah coach me in colors, and sort of, yeah. I mean, I think somewhere between your paint over and mine is there's something good in there, but I definitely need a break. So I'm gonna do that. And maybe I'll work on this next stream, although I don't think there's much more to work on other than just get colors in something that I'm liking. I might work on this a little bit more, this building. All this foreshortened, sort of scrunched up information in a way of portraying that scrunched up information in a condensed and, you know, in a way that makes sense. I think that would help, to be honest. But, yeah, lots of condensed information here, which is tough. Even this, though, I'm already, actually, some of these values are already being better. Now that I'm working on it. Dang it. I can't stop once I start. There we go. I think this works. I'm convinced this is working. I think this wall, funny enough... So here's another thing. If I were to do this again, and here's another weird problem. I don't know how I feel, but I do like that this is the focal point. When you slide it to black and white. Yeah, yours has a better value range, for sure. I'm not saying mine's a better aura, but side by side in black and white, I do think maybe the stronger light shapes create more clear composition. Oh, yeah, no, totally. For sure. Yeah, yours absolutely does. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure. Take it with a ginormous grain of salt since we paint very... Yeah, no. I think you're right. Definitely side by side, yours does read better graphically. Like, not even a contest there. Although I will say, I'm actually not even entirely sure, because some of this stuff is so saturated. Like, I mean, we could almost go dark in some of this stuff as well. I don't know how that would work. I mean, again, I'm not claiming that this is right, but imagine for a second, right? We went like this or something. And again, I'm not. I think you've already shown that we don't want this to be that saturated. But if we did, well, yeah. I mean, we could get some pretty dark values in here. Again, I don't think that's right though. I think breaking up the shape in this way would be far better. But I don't know if I want that dramatic of lighting. Maybe just the. Okay, this might be stupid. What if it was just like little dappled lighting? I don't know how that would happen. I don't know where this dappled lighting would come from. I don't know where this light's coming from. I mean, the way you had it was kind of okay. Oh, I don't really. I like that the buildings are together. I don't think that. I don't want to change the architecture of it. I think. Another thing I am only recently learning is the concept of warm light, cool sunset. Is oh wait, light wait. I misread that. Oh wait. Warm light, cool shadows. Cool light, warm shadows also applies to saturation. Okay, yeah. I feel like I knew that, but maybe I'm not always applying the things I know. If the light is warm, the shadows should trend towards cool. And if the light is cool, the shadows to yeah. But also using that as a guideline for the overall painting, like in the really warm sunlight, even the cooler shadows would still be yeah. And that's something like Ghibli does a lot, right? Where you can have the warm light, cool shadows, but if depending on how much like bounce light there is and how much flooding of the scene and how high key it is, you can start to bring in a lot more of that light into the shadow. Also, light as it bounces gets more and more saturated. So then you can get these like, this is where this light is saturated because it's so bouncy, right? This light is not direct. It's bouncing around. I mean, maybe some of it's direct, but I'm kind of imagining it bouncing around. So that's sort of why it would be saturated. I'm not convinced that I'm pulling it off well. I mean, we could have the light like this coming straight in here, and this edge could also be light if we wanted. So that we do like a half and half thing. That could be something. Like, because we could have light coming in this way too, right? Light would be coming in that way, hitting these walls, bouncing around. Light would be coming here, but I don't know. Maybe not. Or we could have something... Uh-oh. We could have something like this, where this wall is also in light. Not that we would want that to be in light. I don't know. That's tough. Let me read. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Where I have a bad habit of picking too contrasting of a hue, regardless of the overall warmth of the painting. Yeah, that's one that I'm feel like I'm only learning now, which is to warm up my shadows when there's a lot of light, particularly bounce light, which is kind of what this whole painting was all about. And I realized that making these colors more or less saturated is a warming up of those colors, because they are not inherently warm, and so by adding... Anyway. But I'm not sure if that's the right way to warm them up. I don't know. Could also just shift them towards warm. I think that would be the right response in here. So, like, take this purple, and this purple could be a little bit more you know, violet in some of the brightest spots where the sun's getting in. Anyway. I think fixing the physics of the light on the street and the left buildings would probably make a lot more convincing. Like putting it just directly over here, but behind this building. Yeah, I mean, then we could have like shadows coming in here, and these could be in light, or not shadows, but sunlight. We could have like the light. We wouldn't draw it, but if we had like a thing over here, we could have the light coming in here. Yeah, we could totally have cast shadows up here. So this would all be cast shadow. I don't know if that would look good. And then, yeah. Yeah, in this stage, this is the stage where, yeah, I mean, I think something like that even could almost work. Where, like, there's a hard edge here somewhere. I don't know if we want to put it. We could just put the whole thing. And then we could put as much light in here as we want, if we really wanted. Because we don't know where this light's coming in. So we could have another shadow here, if we wanted. We could have a nice little shadow like this, even. Uh-oh, my battery's low. I have this thing that I have in waffling the light. Yeah, I totally do. It kind of depends. Like, this is where it sort of, yeah, I should be thinking more about the light. It's balancing of what we want for the composition, but what is reasonably plausible for the geometry of the scene. Yeah. The geometry of the scene and the lighting was not my. There we go. I plugged it in. Yeah, I didn't have it plugged in. It's plugged in now. So now, whoa, it's going wacky. You thought they all ran when they connected to the computer? Mine's connected to the computer now. It wasn't a second ago. No, it has a wireless thing, and I have it. I bought a Bluetooth adapter to plug into my computer. Even though it's sitting right here, and I could just have it plugged in. Yeah, I can work wirelessly, which is pretty cool. So it's yeah, it's just a big Intuos, you know, big tablet, and it works well. It's plugged in now, but it wasn't. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this composition doesn't look good, but I do think the two parallel lines is just better because it shows depth. But I also feel like there's no I don't want it to like that is not. It's an appealing composition, but I don't think it fits the scene in any way. This is also, I think, where 3D could help a little bit. You'd build the scene in 3D, shine a light, and see different angles, and like find a composition that both works realistically and also is pleasing, and like you'd compromise kind of. You'd say like not any lighting scenario is going to be good, but of the ones that are good, which one looks the best, you know? I think doing that in 3D would help a lot because you could get something similar, right? You could definitely set a scene up where you have light coming in here in some way, but are you going to have it coming in here or over the top? Like you can kind of fudge your way through a little. Also, I just think that looks better. It's funny enough. Just literally like that. Just a simplified shape. So that's something. Okay, but that wasn't what I was trying to. Yeah, I just don't know what to do with this. I mean, and also here's another thing. It kind of depends on what we're doing. I mean, imagine you instead had a character who popped out of the door. Let's just draw a character, hypothetically. We're gonna go like this. Here's our character. And she is holding... What is she holding? I don't know yet. What if she was holding a flame? Fire! Like, okay, well now we don't need a light source because she is the light source for our scene, and compositionally, like, here's a focal point. Like, right? Like, that could be a thing. And so, like, it kind of depends. Like, you could... I don't like justifying stuff like that. Like, oh, look, we don't need a strong light here because this character is holding the light, and we want them to draw... The whole thing can be in shadow because we want them to bring light. Or maybe, you know, or my favorite, just... I don't know why I drew it like that. But, you know, like, here's a character holding something very bright and shiny. A bunch of candy or something that's very bright. Anyway. Like, there's always cases where, like, this could be okay, but maybe not in this scenario. I'm not convinced, though, that this is good. You can't think of any green plants that are brighter than, like, 50%. Yeah, true. Green stuff's pretty dark. I was kind of trying to do a little bit of fancy schmancy stuff. But yeah, no, the green... I think the greens are a little too bright, if that's what you're saying. Yeah. Be the light you want to paint in the world. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was intentionally adding these greens. Oops, that's not what I did. I was intentionally making these a little, yeah. I was intentionally making these a little bright, because I thought they would just look nice. I do agree, though, that these could definitely go much darker. I mean, even maybe, like, you know, that in spots, or the whole thing could be that dark. Yeah. It was artistic. A lot of this painting is just experimentation for me. That's what this is. But yeah, I feel like what is this also? Where did this come from? A random arrow. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep on it. I'm gonna sleep on this painting. Alright, well, let's go raid somebody. Thanks for being here, everybody. I really appreciate it. See you on Monday. It is now 5 p.m. I've streamed 2 hours longer than I normally do. That is a long stream. I am surprised anyone stuck around. So yeah, thank you for being here.